call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area, and two counties there. This is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have substantial vote in right now. One of them right here is Douglas County. And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. Again, that is probably all of the early vote that was cast here. Now, to put this in some perspective, Harris basically beating.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything related to your work, your documents, your chats.
Place where a couple teams used to win. Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won this 62-37. He won by 25. Currently, Harris is about 32.5 up on Trump. The key question here, and this is going to be the key question in Georgia as we start to get these big batches around the state. What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican friendly. It's going to be the election day vote, the people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020, that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66, 33, 6, Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this move?
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems like never before. Follow a path of your own choosing and become a titan of industry. Explore the wonders of the universe. Or join record-breaking PvP battles and add your name.
full coverage for just $39 a month seem too good to be true? It isn't. If you haven't checked your rates recently, you're probably
course set for the future of America tonight will have been chartered by Latino America. And we're not talking just about places like Nevada and Arizona, where 25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino, but we're talking about Georgia, for example, 400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania, more than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino. And then, you know, Tom was just talking about Florida, 3.3 million Latinos are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation where it's the Latino population, but 36 million strong, is participating maybe in historic numbers tonight in the American democratic experiment, our American democratic
and what's
experiment.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct impact on what Latinos come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also in Georgia and in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's early on, but we're starting to see this flesh out a little bit. Jose, stand by with us. We're moments away now from another round of poll closing. Some big states at stake, including that former battleground, Ohio, and one of the newest battlegrounds, North Carolina.
We are moments away from the polls closing in 3 more states, including battleground North Carolina.
President Trump has won this state twice.
We're going to win North Carolina. We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
But this year,
North Carolina, we will win.
Kamala Harris is making a serious run for its 16 electoral college votes.
North Carolina, it all comes down to this.
Plus 2 major wild cards. Hurricane Helene decimating the western part of the state. And the Trump-supported candidate for governor.
Now to the scandal that's rocked the governor's race in North Carolina and could have national implications.
A possible drag on the Republican ticket.
We are standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information for the Tar Heel state as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270. So that sets us up for nicely Sam Brock, hard hit Asheville, North Carolina. This was the part of Western Carolina that were really hurt by Hurricane Helene. And you're in Asheville now. What are you seeing there?
Sure, Savannah. So where we are right now in Buncombe County, which is the home of Asheville, certainly this is one of the most directly impacted areas by the storm. They're starting to pack up now. Just about an hour or two earlier, there was large applause here because they reached 1,000 people voting in person here at this precinct. And what's so interesting about this particular location is that it wasn't intended to be the voting site. In fact, the church that was supposed to be had helicopters delivering supplies, which is why they had to shift it. It's one of about 17 different locations in this county, Savannah, that had to shake things up. And as I talked to residents today, they basically told me they had a lot of confidence that the communication was good. They were able to find their location. And in Buncombe County alone, you had 116,000 people early voting and then 25,000 more today. These were record numbers in terms of just the overall presence. And the western part of the state, Savannah, and this is really what I want to drive home, outperformed the rest of North Carolina when it comes to early voting. That was at 56.7% in Buncombe, 58%. But then there were 11 different counties that exceeded 60% before people even came on Election Day. And I say all of this as you see cases of water over my shoulder, right? People are still doling out supplies. And just to give you a snapshot of what's going on.
Yep. It is election night. Your boys are in the house. For sure. You know what I'm saying? That if you ain't vote yet, still got time. Get your ass out there. You know what I'm saying? That.
Right. The polls ain't closed. Like, oh yeah, if you in Maryland, you gotta hold up a half hour. You know,
let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it.
I am.
Now, so far, polls haven't closed, a few polls closed here and there. But it ain't time to start counting things up. You know what I'm saying? That. Now, before we go any further, We're gonna explain a few things here, right? Now, when you be watching these news stations, like they're gonna tell you polls gonna close in 5 minutes or 10 minutes, stuff like that, right? In reality, everything they saying is them making an educated guess. So whatever you hear them say tonight, regardless, is an educated guess.
Yeah.
Now, when it comes down to who is president and who is not, we all know the person that get the most votes in the United States does not always end up being the president. So that's one thing everybody should understand here. Because everybody that won the popular vote, all of them may win the presidency. Because that's when it comes into the electoral college. Now, most people don't like the electoral college. You know what I'm saying? We get that. It is what it is right now. And it basically is motherfucking states that's left that they project out. Another projection, right? Where they say, okay, Democrats should win this state, this state, this state, this state, this state. A Republican should win this state, this state, this state, this state. So now they have them all the way up with the points already up. So when you see them at 226 or 219, both of them like that, it's they projected. This is what they think is going to happen here. And to make up the difference to get to 270 is 7 states that they don't know which way it goes. And that's what they call those battleground states. Now, as you can see, they battleground states because most states like New York is, you know which way that's going. If you go to Texas or Kansas, you know which way these places going, right? So that's how they get the calculation early, when you see them with the numbers early, right? So what I'm saying is most of the things y'all seeing is not legitimate until the end, right? It's just people projecting and thinking and using old models, and it's all that shit. Just have a conversation, you know what I'm saying? So just so everybody can understand, electoral college is going to elect the president. And that's how this shit works, you know what I'm saying? Now, electoral college is 7 states that they go battle in, you know what I'm saying? And to me, I know the reason why it's an electoral college, but I don't know about that, man. It's just like, what you feel about electoral college? Is it supposed to be there? It's good or what? It's tough. I get the reason why, but the way it's doing it now, I don't know. For example, it's there because, for example, LA, right? If they didn't have electoral college, nobody would be campaigning nowhere but LA and fucking Florida and Texas, maybe. You wouldn't have to go any fucking where else because that's where all the votes at. You see what I'm saying? And that's mainly why they got the electoral college, because then LA, California, and all that will be running the country. So smaller states get a stake in it when you put the electoral college in it. That's the whole basis of it. That's the basis of it. Yeah, and then you just be running out of LA all the time. Yeah. But yeah, so this is where we at. First black women lady president, baby. Let's get it. See what they talking about. Oh no, I've been out there, man. Earlier. There was a nice little crowd out there when I went out there earlier. So, but we in DC, Maryland, so it's gonna be big out here. We're gonna do our thing out here, the big one.
I've seen all types of.
Good morning. begins with hope and optimism, a chance to start fresh. We want to welcome you in to share a moment that brightens your day, because every day deserves the best start.
And welcome back to our NBC News election coverage. At 7:30 in the East, we've got some new results to show you. West Virginia, Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia with 4 electoral votes. Here's where it puts us on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 23-3 for Kamala Harris.
Polls just closed in a handful of states. Here are ones that we cannot call yet: Ohio and the battleground of North Carolina, which we've been talking about. Here's our projection at this hour. Too early to call, just not ready to release any information about that yet. Georgia is also too early to call. Polls closed about a half hour there now. And we do have a projection. This has to do with the United States Senate. West Virginia, the winner is Jim Justice. As expected, he will go to the Senate. This is a pickup for Republicans. This was a long time held seat by Senator Joe Manchin, who was a Democrat, then an independent, but still caucused with the Democrats. Well, now the Republicans have picked up 1 Senate seat. As I turn to the table here, and Kristen, just so people understand, right now it's Democrats who hold a very narrow lead in the Senate, but they're looking to, the Republicans are looking to flip that tonight. They need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got 1.
They just got 1, so it is significant. We are looking at, and this was expected, as you say, Governor Jim Justice winning that seat. So they now turn to the state of Montana. They turn to the state of Ohio. Sherrod Brown looking for a 4th term there. He has gotten a pretty fierce challenge from a Trump-backed former car dealer, Bernie Moreno. So we'll see how that pans out. But one of the things, just zooming out a little bit, a lot of these Senate races have gotten a lot closer in recent weeks. Democrats who felt somewhat comfortable as we've gotten closer to Election Day have seen that margin really narrow. And again, this brings us back to this discussion of split ticket voters. Yes. In 1988, 17 states had different people vote for president versus Senate. That was down to 1 state last year, the state of Maine, when Susan Collins won, but the state went for Joe Biden. So we'll have to watch that very closely. But again, we were expecting that result out of West Virginia.
Ticket splitting has become more rare in the Trump era. However, it's making a comeback in some of these Senate races where people might vote for a different party for president than they do for the Senate.
That's one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And how are you doing some more exit duty on North Carolina?
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I want to talk you through some of what we're seeing from these exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, include Latino voters that Tom was talking about in some of those key counties in North Carolina. As expected, Vice President Harris is winning non-white voters based on these early exit poll numbers. But take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, 2 things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here, and we can take a look at the comparison here. You can see that it is former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%, Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020. She is actually outperforming where President Biden was back in 2020. She is doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk back to the desk here, you might go, okay, well, those 2 things, do they balance out? Not really, because white voters make up a larger share of the electorate in North Carolina than non-white voters. So she might be willing to make that trade, essentially.
All right, Hallie, thanks. I want to go back over to Tom. Tom, you've got some more information in Florida, but before you get into that, just to be clear, there's 2 poll closing times in the state of Florida.
Yeah, it's what we call a split poll closing. So on the eastern portion of the state, we have data coming in because the polls have closed there. We can tell you about the data. And some of the further parts of the panhandle, they haven't closed just yet. So we won't be giving you that data just yet. We'll probably wait another 30 minutes. I want to show you something that's somewhat surprising. It may surprise you if you watch presidential elections and you follow election nights like this one. So Donald Trump right now with 73% of the vote in is up 55% in Miami-Dade County. Again, this is where Democrats find their votes in the state of Florida. Biden won Miami-Dade County by 53. They've now flipped those numbers. This is pretty astonishing when you think where Hillary Clinton was in 2016, 63%, 53. Now tonight, 55. Again, there's still 73% of the vote left. this shouldn't be a complete shocker because Governor Ron DeSantis won Miami-Dade 2 years ago by about 11 points, which was a surprise at the time. But this shows how Republicans are expanding the map and how Florida is becoming more and more red. I do want to show you some potential good news, possibly for the Harris campaign, if they're watching tonight. So we're watching some of the vote come in Georgia. Remember, I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at some of these counties around Atlanta. 74% in Douglas County. Look at her number, 65%. Biden was at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the exact counties where she needs to find those votes. Let's look at another county here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in Rockdale County. This is another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to drive up her vote. If she can expand the map, scale the Democratic vote there, they can hold Georgia. You remember this was such a close race 4 years ago. Any votes they can find in that Atlanta region is going to help them. Guys?
All right, Tom, thank you so much. We've got guests over at our Insiders desk today. And we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to see some themes come out. We've got Cornell Belcher. We've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had the story in Miami-Dade where it's potentially a big victory in that county, signs perhaps that outreach to the Hispanic vote is working for Donald Trump. And yet in Georgia, you're starting to see some of that suburban vote really being ramped up for Kamala Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look, Florida is. I think Democrats are going to look back at how we've not invested in Florida since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign. We've not invested in Florida well, and Florida's like a country. It's really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we moved them more to battleground states like Georgia and North Carolina, and where you see a sort of a difference. But Florida, is a state that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in, and it shows.
Let me bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications in the Trump 2020 re-election campaign, former spokesperson for Vice President Pence. Mark, give us your view as we wait for a call in North Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout. I think, and really for both sides, it's going to be all about turnout. Do you get your voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the urban areas for Kamala Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing I'm watching, and I know Tom alluded to it with Miami-Dade, but I also looked at Hillsborough County, Tampa Bay in Florida. It was both Hillary and Biden, both +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
And Hillary Clinton actually did some campaigning there for this particular election as well. Mark and Cornell, thank you. We'll be back early and often as we go along here.
And we will take a break here. I think we're going to come back with more on the make or break state of Pennsylvania as the polls get ready to close there.
Like I be saying, they try to run around like that. They get up there. That's he can think of. Hey, what the move? Talking about right now? Yeah, the Democratic nation thought they would win Florida. What are you talking about? I just don't be understanding when the polls don't even be closing. They start telling you dumb shit. Like, bruh, the people that still got their hands on shit counting. You want to talk to me about stuff, bruh. I think you know what you're doing. I can understand when you know how many votes it is, then how much is left. Then you can be like, this how much is left. But then you can't start talking, oh yeah, but black people not voting for in North Carolina. Like, where the hell you get that? You know what I'm saying? No, the Spanish not voting for her. Like, what? How you even get that?
You got these motherfuckers that want bounce, man.
They just get over the top. I know it's already one of these channels got Macas on there. Why is that?
They want to act like they being fair.
I hate that shit.
It ain't fair. Shit, I'm gonna go on Fox News. They try to tell you
I'll find me somebody that ain't trying to. Well, Karnacki, now I listen to him because he break it down when you gonna understand. He ain't trying to be no, like you can't tell if he Republican or Democrat. He just telling you what the fuck the numbers are. Automatic, you could tell that fool right there was a MAGA. He pull a shot at his ass to say, "Oh, Trump, go for Trump." Like what? Shit didn't even sound right. Hope everybody got out there and voted. Exercise your thing, Daddy. Man. Huh. And my baby down in Howard.
Man, I would love to be down there. Look, I was thinking about this earlier. We were talking about how hot he got 08 feel what's going on. And I was thinking, well, you know, like when Obama got elected, you had everybody had an Obama party. Don't realize that. I ain't really hear that about people. A lot of people, you know, having Kamala parties or whatever. But I mean, they ain't bring the party to her. She bringing the party to. She about to, man. She won the night and she down in Howard.
Mm.
Yeah.
Keep it going. Right there, Howard University. We got stand up, everybody out partying. Easty Bait. Yeah.
Remember a few weeks ago? Yeah, more than a few weeks ago, but we were talking about the status as Howard as far as HBCUs especially go.
Yeah.
Howard is it. You can be a Morehouse man all you want. You can be Grambling all you want. But Howard is it, man. It seems like every week Howard is reaching the status. Man, and she bringing the party. They gonna, oh my goodness, she bringing that party to the nation.
She be the first HBCU president.
Yeah, shit, the only HBCU president from an HBCU. Shit, she the only vice president from HBCU.
And she become president when somebody say she the first Indian American president, and don't say black, it's because somebody did the black part called Obama. It's so hard for Maccas to understand that sometimes, bro. Just like it did when somebody called the first Asian American to win something back in the day, Attorney General or some shit. It's because it was already a black one before her. This shit is dumb. They are retarded sometimes. Like they can't comprehend.
They can't. And this is the magnitude of where Howard at. Howard is in the same city as Georgetown University, one of the most prestigious schools in the country. and they got to take a backseat to Howard.
Howard lit tonight.
Yes. Yes.
Look at that joint, man. That's like home when you look at that joint right there. That's what I'm talking about.
How we gonna fuck around and get a Division I football team?
Everybody want to play.
Yeah. But Howard played who the number one team in basketball in college? Kentucky or something? Or Kansas.
Right, yeah.
I think it's Kansas. If I'm wrong, somebody get me right. But they motherfuckers had on national TV Howard and Kansas the other night. So, you know, Howard about to be hot. Hotter than usual. But it's a, if she pull this off,
That'd be crazy.
Either way though, you wake up tomorrow, man. This shit gonna change. One way or the other.
It's not gonna be good.
Those of y'all out there don't think Trump. Man, this dude going crazy. I think he ain't going crazy. He gonna get revenge. This motherfucker gonna fuck around. Look. The dude is dangerous. And foreign policy is way down the fucking list. But he's dangerous to the people of this country. They talk about Trump, peace. He had peace and all of that. That's some bullshit. Because motherfuckers use him. A motherfucker like Putin use him. And they'll use attacking us when you can use when the president's a fool, you can use.
Man, bro, we should have reached out and tried to get some credentials. I think you can get that shit now. Like, YouTubers be getting that shit. We gotta start taking advantage of some of this bullshit they be doing, bro. They YouTube now, they can go get the credentials.
Mm-hmm.
Why we can't do that?
Remember, she's the one that gave all them all the YouTubers and the influencers their own platform at the
Damn, I can't believe it. In my neck of the world, boy. Can't believe it. This is it. Can we bring it home? Is the question. Is this a redneck pig nation? We're about to see. But damn, it's gonna be so fucked up though, bro. If you get to win this shit, it's gonna be fucked up. Immunity for the police, bro. Stop and frisk. Damn. Abortions all around the nation where no woman can get. Wow. This thing.
Niggas are just violating. That is like motherfucker violate a woman, get her pregnant, and force her to carry her rapist and raise her rapist child.
He can't win, bro. Fuck. Damn.
No.
Be catastrophic if this bum win, bro.
Just think about that shit.
What our racist states?
Well, we already know Kentucky won.
Oh, fuck
Indiana, was it Indiana?
Yeah, fuck.
But they went Trump. Like I told you. You gonna get that. You gonna get that tag. Oh.
Man, anybody vote for him. This is a disgrace. You're a disgrace. Disgrace.
And the thing say it ain't overwhelming because they call that shit at the beginning of the broadcast. As soon as the poll closed. Poll closed. Oh shit! Well, hold on. Give me 3, 2, 1. Oh, the Trump won Kentucky. Oh shit! Oh, Trump won Indiana. Or whoever. Y'all on our list.
Let's see, I pull the motherfucking electoral map.
Now, that's a MAGA state.
Yep.
We call them. They MAGA states.
Damn sure is. Damn.
Yeah. That's what we going. Yeah. And after this election, you know what we need to do? Start profiling them each by each. MAGA state. If you black, brown, keep your ass off the MAGA states.
It's not good. Damn, this is not good, bro.
Some states that are red. How you feel, say, it was an Republican red, but all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying?
There's microphones in there. Yeah, totally. Yeah, look, it feels right there. That's the audio. See that bouncing? That's what it's coming top. So it's working. So I'm magic game. You know what Chris's number starts with? So, Andy, I can hear you.
We go overseas real quick.
But I can't hear you.
Howard University is a multicultural melting pot. I heard of that.
They got DJ down there, bro. We ain't got the big one in there.
So Lonnie, did you hear me? Okay. So it's gotta be this way.
So say that.
Somebody find Baltimore, folks. Can you ask them on your phone? Yes. Call Andy. I can't do anything.
171 electoral votes at stake, including 19 in Pennsylvania, the battleground that could decide the president. Let's produce some CNN projections. CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Florida with its 30 electoral votes, as expected. Donald Trump, CNN projects, will win the state of Tennessee, as expected, with its 11 electoral votes. Missouri will go to Donald Trump. Missouri, as expected, will give Donald Trump 10 electoral votes. Here are two more projections for Trump. Alabama, CNN can project, will go to Donald Trump with its 9 electoral votes. And Oklahoma, CNN projects, will go to Donald Trump with its 7 electoral votes. We have some projections for Kamala Harris as well. CNN projects that Kamala from Massachusetts with its 11 electoral votes, as expected, will go to Kamala Harris. CNN can project that Maryland, as expected, with its 10 electoral votes, will go to Kamala Harris. And CNN can project that the District of Columbia, with its 3 electoral votes, can go to Kamala Harris. Here are the states where the polls disclosed where we are not prepared to make a projection. They include Connecticut, Delaware, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Rhode Island. No projection in any of those states. Here is the electoral vote count at this hour. Donald Trump has 90 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has 27 electoral votes. 270 are needed to win. Neither of them has approached that number yet. Key race work for you now in the big battlegrounds, North Carolina. 47.2% of the vote. Kamala Harris with an 11,000 plus vote lead. That's with only 5% of the estimated vote count. It's still a lot of votes to count in North Carolina. In battleground Georgia, Donald Trump in the lead with 54.8% of the vote. Kamala Harris has 44.6% of the vote. That's with a third of the vote in Georgia. That's 33% of the estimated vote. In the Commonwealth of Virginia, Kamala Harris is lead with 54.2% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.9% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a healthy 115,000 plus vote lead. That's with a quarter of the vote counted in the Commonwealth of Virginia, 25%. In New Hampshire, Kamala Harris has 55.7% of the vote. Donald Trump has 43.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris with a 9,517 vote lead. That's with only a 10% of the estimated vote counted in the state of New Hampshire. In Ohio, Kamala Harris in the lead there, 54.5% of the vote. 44.7% of the vote. Kamala Harris has a 144,000 plus vote lead in Ohio. That's about a quarter, 25% of the estimated vote in the state of Ohio. John King?
Thank you. I said this earlier in the program. We're going to say it again because caution is the operative word here. Sometimes the map is right?
Let's get back to it. Think it's a game. Rest in peace, Rich Homie Quan. Big best trying to make it to ain't no time to do for play. Ain't no time to play. I'm straight, I stay my play. Shine back on the smooth. I do it.
way, make you feel some type of way. Mercy on me, know you feel some type of way. Mr. C, you know it's what my title said. Me and my homie Digo, you feel some type of way. Okay, then let me real, know you feel some type of way. You working right now, so she make that Tyson play. I call out to my knee, thankful for life today. I don't have to say I'm free. Make you feel some type of way. We know you feel some type of way. Mr. CEO, it's what my title says. Me and my homie Digo, you feel some type of way. Hands on your head while you working on the phone. You know your mama choosing as I walk through the door. Coochie head to toe, so you know I'm getting choked. Keep me there and celebrate.
Y'all feeling out there, bruh.
Yeah, Glock. Been jail. Hey. We still
NBC. If y'all seeing the numbers coming in, slowly but surely. But all it's doing now is taking you to the number we talked about at the beginning, where they already projected everything with 26, 226, 219. They heading to there now.
Well, we're at the moment of truth.
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need with full business functionality. And
Now, he is her to do two things. Now, as we told y'all, it's already states that they already win. So those are the ones that's going down now. If she can do two things, if she can win North Carolina alone, right? With Pennsylvania, just everything over. She the new president. If she can win Georgia, huh?
Delay.
No, it's in my headphones.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm hearing two of you.
Hold on. Is this the right channel? Let's see what they're doing here.
Less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin closer.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest, get out the vote, the ground game. When we're talking about it, you know, this is about when you say, you pull the bus up and you say, let's go. We're going to hold you by the hand.
Hey, everybody, man, to be tuning in.
Organizing is the key to any
this long ride, this
campaign.
journey.
Absolutely, and you have the Harris campaign touting the fact that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekends. It winds up being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And I do think, just bouncing off something that Chuck said earlier, it's just to zoom out for a moment. Remember that one of the biggest issues of this campaign was change. What people really want is change. And so what you saw in both of their closing arguments was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are...
See, this I don't like. What part of the Trump closing argument was that? Nothing. Where'd she get that from? And you know you're one of my rising stars. Don't get me wrong. But you can't say jackass shit like that.
We got
Certain incumbency there.
Oh, I damn. So in North Carolina, I think that's where Mark Robinson running at, right? North Carolina.
Yeah.
He lost.
Well, he definitely was going to lose.
Josh Stein has defeated Mark Robinson. He lost. Get the kick rocks.
Mark Robinson definitely wasn't going to win.
Yeah, that wasn't. Okay. So he can kick rock.
We need North Carolina to get up and get our vote for the black lady.
Right. Okay. Oh, they already called Maryland for Harris. So I knew what that was. Now we gotta keep an eye on that race for this Maryland Senate seat. But there's also Brooks and old Hogan.
It's funny because most Marylanders really know Hogan. They recognize his name and everything. So we're gonna see what she can do. That's a tough race too. That's again, it goes back to my whole bigger, broader picture of black women running these races against orange neck demons and running these good ass campaigns against these peoples, bro. Same thing going on in Maryland with also Brooks and that orange neck.
Yeah,
it's the same shit. Man. It's like they running these campaigns. I love it. These black women is doing their things, bro.
Hey man, and what's up with man, y'all MAGA people, what's up with the bomb threats and shit? Look.
Any MAGAs out there, the link right there.
What? These motherfuckers are threatening 3 more polling places.
If you winning, why you care?
Right.
Why you want to blow stuff up?
That's what I don't understand. That's why I say this got the subject to be so one of these groups, one of these assholes gonna set off some shit, and man,
All that is motherfucking militia gangs that's with the far right,
Right.
and Trump. They will muddy the waters, give Trump shit to talk about, and that's it. Fuck
So
that.
they reporting in Harris hitting the magic number of 60% with the youth vote in Georgia. Man, the youngest gonna put Gen Z gonna put it through. I mean, cause this is, I mean, look, one way or the other, it's gonna be a shift in ideology.
DC, baby.
To one extreme to the other.
We got this. Black lady president. Let's go.
Yes, because Kristen will get into, I think, how controversial this Republican gubernatorial candidate
You're
was.
leaving that to me?
But just remember the ticket splitting piece. This is a state that has ticket split president, governor before. That's it, right? So this, I think,
They have a
people look at
Democratic
this-
governor right now,
That's
Roy
exactly
Cooper.
right. So if somebody's looking at this going, well, the Democratic governor won in North Carolina, doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a state that where Republicans know how to check a Republican for president and a Democrat for governor.
But this was a campaign on Mark
Maybe there is
Roberts.
a-
It was beset by problems.
Beset by problems
why
because
keep
it
doing
was
that?
determined that he posted some highly controversial comments on an adult website. And so the backlash was massive. This result was expected. The question is, that was, by the way, one of the controversies. I'm giving you the biggest one. The question is, will he drag down support for former President Trump? We don't know the answer, but we do know that in 2020, President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial Democratic candidate for Senate. And that did sink his chances. Now, just to zoom out a little bit, a Democrat hasn't won the state of North Carolina since 2008
Yeah.
when Barack Obama did it. Trump added 3 campaign stops in these closing days of the race.
Spent the whole
Tells you-
weekend there,
That's
3
right.
days
That's
straight
right.
in North
Tells you
Carolina.
How important this state is.
Now she made she double talked herself. Now, if he's so all right, first she said Democrat ain't win the state since 2008, but this bitch ass Orange Demon been there 3 days in a row to end this thing. Why he there? What you there for?
Right.
Oh, listen, they all go to the winner, right? So that's what matters here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake, who was in West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's
You
go over to
can
Peter
turn
Alexander.
it
He's at the
over.
Harris headquarters in
I don't mean it's
Washington.
going to her. Like, why? Why you saying that?
Hey, Savannah, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago talking about how Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those Black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is outperforming with white voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications in parts of the country right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is that they are seeing really good enthusiasm among those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. To start in the Star Spangled Banner, I'll give it back to you with respect to our country. Then we'll come back in a moment.
Really, bro?
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
Yeah, we're talking Georgia, right? Because it
He
is
was
so
sure.
close. A reminder here, we're talking about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes. We're back to square one where we were in 2020. Let's talk about Georgia tonight, because what we're seeing is both camps are overperforming. So it's going to be a nail biter. Remember, in 2020, it came down to about 12,000 votes, a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County. And look how Democrats have been able to run up the score from Romney in 2012. Clinton flips it, and look how they're growing the margins. And tonight, that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's growing the margins in Cobb County. Let's go around. Let's see what we have in Fulton. Fulton, 53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1% in, not really worth a discussion there. Clayton County, 70%.
As you just heard from your, hold on, what'd you just say? You sure?
What? Yeah.
Or you just saying you hoping?
No, she won. Angela also Brooks won. She beat Larry Hogan.
It's breaking news.
We will have a black
It's breaking.
senator in Maryland. Let's go. Let's keep it rolling. Black ladies all over the place. Let's do it.
In, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs, 77% of the vote in. She's overperforming there. Okay, that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rabun, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be, and overperforming in White County. Again, those are the rural counties. Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have counties with lots of African-American voters. Here in Doherty, this is about 70% African-American here, slightly overperforming Biden. So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very similar to what we saw in 2020. Trump seems to be hitting his marks where he was in the rural counties. In those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats are hitting those marks. It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why when we click on Georgia right here, it is literally just too close to call, guys.
All right, Tom, we got a lot ahead here. We're going to take a break and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will it bring closer to those crucial 270 electoral college votes? We will be right back.
I want to blow out. But it's close right, he can steal it. We already told you many ways that he can steal it. Everybody else did this. There's many ways he can try that shit.
Voters are voting. It's here. It's happening.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
820 in the east, 520 in the west. We've got some major battlegrounds close their polls, and the votes are being counted as we speak. That's the road to 270, filling out a bit with some predictable wins and losses in this country. But let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call, just 33% of the vote in. We'll continue to watch it. Ohio, the polls have closed there. It is too early to call, although that once battleground is now more a reliably red state. We'll see how that shakes out. Pennsylvania, stop me if you've heard Pennsylvania very much during this campaign season. It may all hinge on the Commonwealth. Too early to call there. And in Georgia, we have characterized this as too close to call. So we are about halfway through the vote counting there, 50% in. And though you see that margin, depending on where the votes are coming from, it is our expectation that right now this vote in Georgia's 16 electoral votes, just too close to call.
All right, let's go over to Hallie Jackson with some new exit polling information on the gender gap.
So this has been a storyline we're talking about all night, right? We say it, Savannah, Lester, you both said it, the battle of the sexes, men versus women. It gets a little bit more complicated at that, but let's start with the gender gap nationally here. And you can see it absolutely still exists. So these are our exit polls nationally based on gender. You can see, obviously, this is just the vote here. Women, 53%, 37% men.
This bitch need to be about to take
it. Vote break. I'm going to ask our team to pull that up. You are seeing that more women are backing Vice President
not happening. Why not?
More men are backing former President Trump. More women, 55%.
Why not blowing her out like that? What ain't the whip?
We'll go to men, and you'll see it flips, right? That red slice of the pie gets a little bit bigger for Donald Trump when it comes to men nationally, and we'll pull that up so you can see it.
much.
The other piece of this,
Fuck
though,
outta here.
there's more to it, right? And when you get a little bit deeper in race and education, that is where this gets really key. And for that, you look at white college-educated women. We've been talking about this demographic a lot here in some of these key swing states. She is doing better with white college-educated women. Donald Trump is doing better with non-college-educated white women. And that is another piece of the gender gap dynamic that's at play here.
Well, actually, we have a historic gender gap potentially, and we have a historic education gap potentially. And I want to bring in our panel. We've got Sarah Fagan, who is here. She was a veteran of the Bush White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator Claire McCaskill of the great state of Missouri that was once a swing state as well. You were a Democratic senator. Way back when. So we've talked a lot about the gender gap, but I think the education gap is key here too. When you hear what Hallie says, Senator, what's your take?
I think, we have so many divides at this point. We have urban, rural. We have college educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so big among college educated women. And the key in this election, I think, is are they going to drag their husbands, their sons, their uncles with them over to the Trump side? Because these are my peeps,
Are
right?
those the shy Harris voters?
College educated older women.
Yes.
I live in that place.
Is this the battle of the sexes, or is that being overplayed?
Well, I do think that college-educated women are a critical, if not the critical, voting bloc in this election. And
He kept it close. You can see where she could win. She should win, but it was like
Yeah, it was just too close.
Yeah, it was just too close. And then when Hillary sent the dude out there, sent the man out there to
Yeah.
one of them, and he was like,
She gonna concede tonight.
"Nah, she didn't concede.
Yes, she did.
Nah, she didn't concede that night.
Yes, she did.
They sent everybody home.
She
the night
conceded.
when
She
they-
called
when
Trump
they-
that
No.
night.
The night of the election, she sent the dude out there because she didn't come out and get no speech then.
Well, she already called Trump though.
But she may have. I ain't saying that she did or didn't. But he came out there and sent everybody home. And like going home and it's
I remember that.
process and all this other shit. That's when I was like, man, this shit. I don't.
It was
she
it wasn't
might
feeling
fuck
right.
around lose.
And then it just came down. What was that? What state was that? Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
Pennsylvania, not
It wasn't
shit,
Pennsylvania. It was Pennsylvania. It was one of those states that was left that she supposed to win.
Could have been Pennsylvania.
Was
Could
it
have been
Pennsylvania?
Michigan.
It might be Michigan. Because they kept saying you ain't got. It was Pennsylvania. They kept saying you ain't spend nothing time in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And you look back at one of the nails like he did win that shit through Pennsylvania because everybody, those hardworking white men that working class in the shops and shit, in the unions, they took his word for all these people against you. I got you. They took his word, and that's how he won in Pennsylvania back then. But I don't think he won it against. He done ran 3 times, but I don't think he. Yeah, but I don't think he won it against
When
Biden.
When Biden got in, no, he didn't win it against Biden.
Exactly.
Because Biden got in, Biden campaigned hard in Pennsylvania because he lived in Scranton for a while before they moved to Delaware. And
But what I think the vote is for that's going to be sneaky for hers is, I already said this before though, but it's more of the state that have white, something like motherfucking DC, right? Where you get further and further out, you get whiter and whiter.
Right.
I think those are states where she gonna run up the numbers with white people, like numbers that we never seen before for a Democrat. You know what I'm saying? I think she's gonna win this, bro.
I think she's gonna win.
I think she's gonna win this, bro.
But
she can lose. You got some delusional black motherfuckers and Spanish motherfuckers out there doing dumb shit.
who are suffering a miscarriage and can't get the health care they need. That takes it to a different level. And I don't think we had very many of those stories out there in 2022 like we have in 2024. And I think the campaign has certainly emphasized those stories and the brave women telling
In and out
them.
on
And I also think that this is an issue that Republicans have struggled to find their footing on. Sarah and I have talked quite a bit.
Let me just pick up that thought a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing here at the 8:30 hour in the East. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the projection. NBC News can project that Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas when all the votes are counted. 6 electoral votes. Here's where we are on the map to 270. That leaves Donald Trump with 99 electoral votes, 27 for Harris. Again, the goal, 270.
All right, let's go to the battlegrounds. Georgia's race for president too close to call at this hour.
To me, when news stations does it like this, frame it like this, they reckless, bro. They reckless. Because it's giving the normal person sitting here the illusion of she 27, he 99, when it's not really like that. You know what I'm saying? They haven't finished counting all the votes.
Correct.
So I don't think they should, the way they doing it, they try and do it like a sports thing. You noticing that, right? And it's really not.
Yeah. You know, they want this is the Super Bowl of politics.
Projected winner some point tonight. Those will be the 2 first battlegrounds that we hope to project and we hope to call at some point earlier tonight. But we'll have to wait and see. We're ready for anything. We could be surprised by anything. I want to talk about Virginia for a little bit, and a caveat here, as Chuck Todd reminded us. Northern Virginia, the suburbs, they do sort of report late. That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least in some of these counties. So Biden was at 61%, 95% of the vote is in. And I just want to highlight this. There's only about 2,800 votes remaining, so not a lot of votes going to come in. She's at 56%, 57%. 61% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another county. Fairfax County, she's doing fine. Prince William, though, underperforming here as well. 80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again, these are suburban women, highly educated, college degrees, sort of your establishment Democrats. And a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government as well. Again, it's still very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in Virginia. An area we watch too is Chesterfield. This is just south of Richmond. African Americans who originally lived in Richmond moved out to places like Chesterfield and Henrico as well. It's one of those swing counties. Biden won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on it. And you see, this is where Biden was in 2020. This is where Kamala Harris is tonight, 49.4, but there's only 35% of the vote in. So still a lot of vote to be counted there. So we're going to stay and watch that. As we move further west, we have some counties out here, rural counties. This is County. This is Trump country near West Virginia. You can see 94% in. He was at 80.4 in 2020. He's at 81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the suburban areas, the Democrats. He runs up the votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach, this is another area we're going to be watching. Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing. Trump with 48% in 2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early, but Trump is ahead there. So we're watching Virginia, guys, and we'll see what happens. We're still waiting for some of the vote to come in here. But some signs that, maybe trouble Democrats, maybe they trouble Republicans as well. We're going to have to wait. Back to you guys.
All right, we shall wait. We do have a key projection right now. The state of Delaware, the home state of the sitting president, Joe Biden, will go for Kamala Harris as expected. Here's how the vote shook out, just 48% in, but this is an easy projection with the margins as they are expected to be. So here's where we fill out our map. At 8:30 on the East Coast, Delaware being added to the tally for Kamala Harris. Donald Trump leading as some of these big states in the South, which are expected to go his way, are starting to report in. Speaking of the South, we've got NBC News correspondent Allison Barber. She's in the key county of Gwinnett County, Georgia. First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
The shit to jump on and act like shit.
Yeah, they care a lot about this county, Span. And let me just show you, because we've just started to see precinct captains coming in
with their memory cards, with the votes that happened in person on election day. You see this line that goes out the door around. What you're looking at are all of the precinct captains from Gwinnett County. Ultimately, what they're doing is they're coming in here. They have with them little bags that are secured with the official election seal on the top of the envelope and memory cards, and at least 2 from each precinct that have the total of votes for today. So they come in here, they check in with these folks, and then they ultimately take their memory cards to the different election workers that are sitting around here, and they open up, they look at those envelopes, make sure they're sealed properly, make sure it has everything necessary by Georgia law inside of it, and then they send them back into this room here where we start to see those votes processed and then sent out to the public. In addition to all that's happening on here, back here, and come with me, we'll weave a little through everyone here. There's more counting going on in the back. You mentioned this county is really important to both political campaigns. I will tell you why. This is a rapidly growing county in the state of Georgia. It's also incredibly diverse. It leans blue, but back in 2020, Donald Trump carried about 40% of the vote in Gwinnett County. And ultimately what Republicans in the Trump campaign were looking for tonight is to see if they could increase turnout just enough where they run up the margins by a few percentage points and hold on to Republican strongholds in the state, and then are maybe well positioned to carry this state. Democrats, the Harris campaign, they were also hoping to up their turnout here so they could create that blue wall Tom has been talking so much about in Metro Atlanta. And a lot of it has been happening in here tonight. Keep coming a little this way, because one of the most significant aspects of tonight that we've watched in here are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county. Over 50% of active voters in Gwinnett County alone voted early. That's either by mail-in ballots or early in person. Back over here, you see all these things? I've been describing them today almost as like trash cans, but what's inside of them? All of the in-person early votes, about 300,000 of them. There was.
All right, everybody know we voted. You know what I'm saying? I had my sticker somewhere right there. You see that? You know. Now, when I went in there, it was a smooth process. You know what I'm saying? When me, my mother, my brother went in that joint. Smooth process. They ask you, do you want paper ballots or do the computer? You could choose either one of those joints, you know what I'm saying? And you slide up to the left, then you slide out. Real simple. So I ain't had no problem when I went.
Oh no, I ain't had no problem either. I just walked in, they pulled my info up, said go see them people right there. Yeah, you got a ballot you want. I did the computer joint. Put that thing up in there. Boop, 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 boop. They say, and make sure that you scroll all the way down where it say more. Then you come back. Then you put you. All right, I got this.
Canvassing, directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more than a dozen.
Letting y'all know we ain't been on this preaching for 2 years and then don't vote. That wouldn't make no sense.
Here, the supervisor for Gwinnett County elections, he told us that they are on target right now to surpass voter turnout compared to 2020. By 6:30 today, they had 70% voter turnout roughly in this county. That's exactly what they had back in 2020. So they think they are going to have more turnout in this county. And for both Republicans and Democrats, that's exactly what they were hoping to see. But the big question is, how do those votes fall? And remember, 2020, we saw in the midterms a lot of split ticket voters. Republicans who voted for Republican Governor Brian Kemp, despite Trump saying, hey, that's not somebody I support, and him coming out against him in the midterms, and then voting for the Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. The question sign in this county is, could that happen again? And the numbers, at least in terms of the totality, are inching up past what both campaigns are hoping to see tonight. Savannah.
All right, Allison, thank you. Gwinnett County slate rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching that.
She walks right by and they don't even look up. They don't even look up. They're counting the votes. It makes you feel good about democracy at work.
These are the heroes of the night.
Yes, absolutely.
There's also a storyline in Georgia about election workers, of course, right? And the threats that election workers have faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman.
They sit there and watch these people with their eyes and say, man, I'm real satisfied with democracy. She gonna cut it and say, hey, but you know, people be getting threatened. No, we didn't see that just now. We saw peaceful shit. Now you see what I'm saying?
They've got this great task in front of them, and it's
true. Hug an election worker if they consent.
Yeah. And it's part of the story of tonight, though, and tomorrow morning, because they've brought on more election workers in all of these states to make sure that they can count more quickly. I do think Ellison's report was fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points, for Biden by 18 points. So this is a county that Democrats have been increasingly eyeing, as have Republicans.
Well,
as
we
they
talk
try
about
to
the
win
gender
that
gap
state.
as I go to
Yeah.
Senator McCaskill and Sarah Fagan. I mean, it's
All right, this is what I'm gonna try to tell y'all right now. I really got faith in her first, Biden second. Y'all really don't think you might think I sound crazy by saying Biden, but Biden has been in politics since fucking he was 29. He 80. So he one of the smartest motherfuckers when it comes to politics. He got the feel for it. So to me, I trust the people that they put around them, and they know directly where they want to go to get votes. I think I really got faith in the people that she had in her camp. They know where they need to get the votes at, and that's where they went. And I know they got them, bro. I just feel it. I hope
Tax cuts going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better
confidence in
protected
her,
with
man. The way
less
she ran this
regulation.
campaign,
And then
give me
2/3 of the
confidence.
Trump voters who believe every word he says
needed
and
to
like
hit.
it just fine.
Sir, I want to get your thought on something at work
Keep
right
her-
now. And there was
and
a
there's
bit of
nothing
a
I don't
mixed
like.
message in the
Keep comparing it with when Biden won, when you can't keep doing that when everybody was doing this shit at home or who's locked down and all that shit. Like, that's a different thing.
Vote returns. Certainly, we saw higher numbers of Republicans voting early. Looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great for the Trump campaign.
Everybody don't know the Arkansas went for Trump. So we had 105 to 30.
Higher than it was in 2020. Democrats dominated the early vote totals in 2020. And, Donald Trump in most of these states was doing 35, not even higher than 40% in any of those states, these target states we've been talking about all night. So does he do 42, 43, 44%?
I mean, in 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic. Donald Trump was actively telling
Sure.
people not to vote early or
Correct.
not vote by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. They're to Lester's point, he changed that tune. Now they're active.
But that's the thing I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all can't go off those numbers, those pandemic numbers. Stop acting like, well, you know what? Her numbers don't match Biden here. What the fuck you talking about, bro?
That lesson. And also, if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in absentee by states, it's a prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the map on that. You see it at his rallies. He talks about at one rally, he would say, go out and do it. At another rally, he would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, et cetera. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters in some of these key battleground states, as we heard from talking to voters in some of these battlegrounds. Remember that this is a former president who, over the summer, you look at, let's say, 20 rallies, at 5 of them, he cast doubt on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Let's go to Tom Yamas right now. Tom, as we speak,
ahead.
North Carolina, Georgia,
It's our first time
and Pennsylvania are
in
counting votes right now.
motherfucking
Yeah, and we're getting ready for poll closings in places like Nebraska, and
president.
Nebraska
You
could
know
be the
what I'm
key to it all. And I know what you're saying, Nebraska, yes. So when you look at our beautiful map here, you see the maps, the states that are red, the states that are blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in. And then Nebraska and Maine, they have this kind of Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently. They're electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts most likely in the popular vote. But the congressional district 2, CD2 in Nebraska, is a battleground district. And the entire election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is. It's essentially the city of Omaha, right? I'm going to draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders, and then a little bit of Sarpy as well. I should say all of Saunders as well. That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give you the congressional map so we can cut it out a little more. So this right here, that's congressional district 2. It's a swing district, as I said. 20.
Come on. Don't be knowing what in the hell they talking about. I got faith in the black ladies. I celebrate the black ladies. the black lady that's going to get it done. Let's go. Go. Let's go. Get out there. Old and cold. Them know. You know what I'm saying?
Whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources, they're taking our women. This is white fear.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jackie Hood Martin, and I have a question for you. Ever feel as if your life is teetering and weight and pressure of the world is consistently on your shoulders? Well, let me tell you, living a balanced life isn't easy. Join me each Tuesday on Black Star Network for a Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie. We'll laugh together, cry together, pull ourselves together, and cheer each other on. So join me for new shows each Tuesday on Black Star Network, A Balanced Life with Dr. Jackie.
When you talk about blackness and what happens in black culture, we're about covering these things that matter to us, speaking to our issues and concerns.
This is a genuine people-powered movement.
There's a lot of stuff that we're not getting. You get it, and you spread the word.
We wish to plead our own cause. Too long have others spoken for us. We cannot tell our own story if we can't pay for it. This is about covering us. Invest in black-owned media. Your dollars matter. We don't have to keep asking them to cover our stuff. So please support us in what we do, folks. We want to hit 2,000 people, $50 this month, raise $100,000. We're behind 100,000, so we want to hit that. Your money makes this possible. Check some money orders. Go to P.O. Box 57196, Washington, D.C. 20037-0196. The Cash App is $RM Unfiltered. PayPal is R Martin Unfiltered. Venmo is RM Unfiltered. Zelle is Roland at RolandSMartin.com.
Pull up a chair.
Take your seat. The Black Tape with me, Dr. Greg Carr, here on the Black Star Network. Every week, we'll take a deeper dive into the world we're living in. Join the conversation only on the Black Star Network.
Hatred on the streets, a horrific scene, a white nationalist rally that descended into deadly violence.
White people are losing their damn minds.
As an angry pro-Trump mob storms the U.S. Capitol,
We're about to see the rise of what I call white minority resistance. We have seen white folks in this country who simply cannot tolerate black folks voting.
I think what we're seeing is the inevitable result of violent denial.
This is part of American history. Every time that people of color have made progress, whether real or symbolic, there has been what Carol Anderson at Emory University calls white rage as a backlash.
This is the rise of the Proud Boys and the Boogaloo Boys. America, there's going to be more of this.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. This country is getting increasingly racist in its behaviors and its attitudes because of the fear of white people.
The fear that they're taking our jobs, they're taking our resources.
Injured? You need resources, experience, power. Call Marks and Harrison.
Do you want real results? Don't risk your future. When you're seriously injured in an accident, call a power.
You politics tonight, baby. All night now. All night now.
To rep, see what's going on.
Stop scrolling if your smile is suffering. Have you experienced any dental issues since starting Suboxone? Look, if you've been taking Suboxone and suddenly notice things like cavities or tooth decay, you're not alone. A lot of people who use Suboxone for
like fuck.
All the motherfucking eyes on this shit. It's like Super Bowl politics.
Behind me, results are obviously coming in. You're discussing it there in the studio. But when they do come in, the organizers are cutting the DJ. They're putting CNN on the big screen and they're sharing the results with the people who are here in the yard tonight. And not surprisingly, when news comes in that Harris has won a state like Michigan or Pennsylvania, the crowd absolutely goes wild when it hears that former President Donald Donald Trump has won a state like Florida, of course, there are boos and jeers. Not a shocker, but it has been a hard-fought race to the finish here for former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris in just about 3 months. I mean, she really went from being the VP on the Biden ticket to the candidate actually herself. And tonight, it's been a whirlwind presidential campaign for her, and it will all come to an end very soon. She's essentially been running for 3 months compared to Donald Trump, who has been running for about 9 years. So the big question on everyone's minds here at Howard University and across the nation is who's going to win? And while it's still too early to tell, you know, anything can happen in a race like this, Roland. You know that, I know that. I recall being at the Javits Center in 2016. I was covering then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. At about 2 a.m., you'll recall that's when John Podesta came out and said, you know what? Everybody go home, get some rest. We're going to wait just a little while longer. You know, Clinton did an amazing job. We're all really proud of her, but can't we just wait a little longer? I think those were his exact words. Well, as I walked back to my hotel at that time, it was pretty clear who had won. And it was a night that the Clinton campaign thought would change the United States forever, and it certainly did, except for President Donald Trump was the winner. So I am no predictor of elections. That is not my job here tonight, Roland, but things are close. The crowd is on edge. They're taking the wins when they get them. This party definitely underway. It's
Not only that one,
started. We had the president of Howard University come
I wasn't really into politics at the time, but the 2000 joint was crazy, where they were recounting. Most people don't know. The recounting in Florida because the Chaz was fucked up and all types of shit was fucked up.
And all that shit.
And Bush's brother was the governor of the state. So while they was counting, soon as Bush went ahead in the count, even though he wasn't finished, they stopped it.
In Charlotte, North Carolina. It's 9:07 p.m. Eastern. And so this is the video that
he literally stopped the count once he took the lead. Just stopped the count.
Here in Charlotte at 7:30 in North Carolina, but we are at a polling place that still has a line. I'm gonna show you a line in a second. You might be able to see it behind me back there by the lights and the trees. But we came over here. Oh, this is somebody's birthday. Today's the day. Oh, election day. We out here with the blackest bus in America. Because we decided to go. Oh, there's Danielle. One of our
Celebrating voters.
Celebrating. Blackest bus in America decided to pull up to this polling place so that we could give a little encouragement, a little music. We could turn this long line into a polling place party. So we are out.
That people might not think that's something, but if you've been standing in line on it for a while, you start thinking about, man, look what I'm about to go ahead, just say fuck it. All of a sudden, music pops up, food and everything. You good? You're good for another 30 to an hour. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta get shots out to motherfuckers like this, thinking ahead, doing off the wall shit like that. I like that.
If you watching these results coming in and you waiting on North Carolina and you waiting on Charlotte, Mecklenburg's results to come in, you know, we still got a couple places like this that you may not hear from. You may not get results for another couple of hours, but and it looks like it's a lot of young folks. You know, this is the university library, so as you can imagine, it's near the university. But I'm gonna turn it around, and you can see that's the library. And you can see the line, you can see the line, you can see the line, you can see a tent over there with some folks, I think, have food. Hey, how you doing? Good, good.
And they be so pressing, you know what I'm saying?
So again, we are in Charlotte, Mecklenburg.
People still in line.
So you Cliff again posted that at 8:50 and close at 7:30. Candace, that tells you Look, folks are not leaving. I just saw one tweet that came from the Democratic Coalition saying, if you posted 1 minute ago, if you're in line, stay in line. And so at the end of the day, look, if you're in line, your ballot counts.
Stay there. Like it.
Just like we have to be patient for this process to kind of pan out, even if it's going to be for the next couple of weeks. But I think that one of the things that's really important, that's just the takeaway when I look at the crowds at Howard University, where I went to college, HU, and just all the excitement, what we're really seeing from people waiting in line, from people sitting out there and seeing that this could possibly be the first woman of color to be the president of the United States. We're really seeing a civic lesson in action. And I think that that's a really important part for people to see.
Like
back in 2020, we talked about the electors and what they meant. People knew more about it, really understood what all that was about. And now we're really thinking about these voting blocks in such a different way, where we can't talk about it anymore with just the black vote and the white vote and the female vote. It's really sectored and kind of there are levels to it that we need to understand. And I think all of that we're just understanding about this process is not only good to have the patience to stand in line for and understand that all that's happening, but I think it builds a better humanity in that people will finally say, listen, maybe I am a part of this. My vote really is counting. I am seeing this in real time. Like, we are all a part of history tonight. And that is very exciting. And I'm thinking about the next generation that's coming along and seeing all these people kind of wait in line. When we think about the people who came before us, we don't have videos of those people waiting in line, right? We have sometimes, but in terms of real life, looking at it and how we're still making history right now in the moment, is very important for people to see. Very important.
When we look at what's going on here, again, probably I would say, Avis, as I said to Congo, I think I would say to anybody is calm the hell down. I mean, votes got to be counted. If you did everything that you could, if you call, if you phone bank, if you canvass, if you push stuff out on social media, then it really comes down to the voters. And the people keep hitting me, and I'm like, yo, why you been anxious, nervous, and freaking all out? I mean, you just have to wait.
Absolutely. And
Very much.
Me and my man, we do a little small part, this little ass podcast we do on YouTube.
Right.
Appreciate everybody to do subscribe to us, but we did our small part, you know what I'm saying? And that's all we can, you know what I'm saying, contribute to it. But at the same time, if you did all you can do, you did all you can do.
You did all you can do.
patient. It's going to come in.
Scott?
Yeah, if she wins North Carolina, that takes a lot of pressure off the blue wall.
Yes.
And Trump is going to have to find another way to 270, and there's not as much pressure. I mean, Roland and I were together with some of you all in 2016, and it started off the same way. We were at a restaurant with the Urban One team and folks, and I got to tell you, when the first blue wall state fell, right? When it fell, that's the first time we got real nervous that we were going to have Trump in the White House. But before then, we were pretty festive. Things were going the way they were supposed to go. He won Florida. Remember, the red states count better than the blue states. They just do it more efficient. One thing to watch, though, is Wisconsin. And all these other states report, Wisconsin's not going to report tonight probably because they don't start counting the absentee and the pre-vote before Election Day until tonight. And so it's really...
And that's because Republicans
blocked
change the law and said it that way, yes.
Exactly. So that they could make an argument of voter fraud down the line. I mean, understand the strategy of theirs, which is voter suppression, voter legal arguments. Exactly. What's more important is this time, though, the Trump administration isn't in office, but the Democrats are in office. They've never won a lawsuit, Election Day fraud and what have you, and so that's going in our favor. But we got to win big. If it's close, we're going to fight for 30-plus days. And if it gets to the Supreme Court, they're no friends of ours historically. They just aren't, guys. And so I hope that black men came out and voted. I hope our Arab American friends fell our way, because if you didn't vote or you voted for Trump, you voted for round 2 or 2.0 of a Muslim ban. And so you have all these subtopics going on in this race, including Kamala Harris being one of ours, you know, steeped in African tradition and history and culture. Barack Obama wasn't, but Harris is an AKA, right? I don't know whether she's a link or not, but she went to an HBCU. She's a link. And she's seeped in these Black traditions that we can identify with. Young people who are thinking about going to college.
I made this point before. I told you that bro, well, he Black. I get that, but she more Blacker than him. I said it before. It just she is just more of a Black person than he was.
It's huge for our communities of color. It's huge. So I think you're right, Roland, about the patience piece. And I also think that if she flips North Carolina or another state, that takes the pressure off the blue wall.
Well, Jelena, the thing again, what happened was Kat talked about 8 years ago. What actually caused a lot of the consternation was when we got to 10 o'clock and Virginia had been called. Then Virginia had not been called.
Right.
And then I remember it was 10:30 and Virginia still had not been called. And that's when I said, and I'll never forget, we were the then president of TV One, so we were all there. So we're in the break. He comes up to me. He was like, Roland, the people here getting nervous. Do something. I was like, what the fuck? I said, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And he was like, and he said, I forgot what he said to me. And I literally said, go sit your ass down. And I literally turned to the executive. I said, if he comes to talk to me again, I'm going to cuss his ass out. You know, I did. I had to cuss him out. He knew I did. Because it was like, I was like, what the hell are you talking about? I said, I said, we see what's actually happening. And then all of a sudden, again, when Virginia was extremely close, and then all of a sudden you begin to see you know, how it was going, and the closer you got to midnight and 12. And so that's why I saw one post. They said they called Virginia for Harris. I'm looking to see who else has called that. Because I'm looking at the clock to see what that comes down to.
You already did.
Again, I'm also reminding folks 2020, Biden, Harris. First of all, what election wasn't called to what, Friday, Saturday?
Right.
It was Saturday.
Right.
And if you look at 2020, they only won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes. And then you look at, it wasn't a large margin in Michigan. And then it was 10,700 or so, 11,000, whatever, in Georgia, 10,000 in Arizona. And so it was a much larger win in Pennsylvania. But that's what we're looking at here. Again, we're not going to know. I think probably the closer we get to midnight to see how this shapes up. And then we'll see if those Black counties in Georgia, if they're able to come roaring through as they normally are late. And so usually when it's about 70-75% of the ballots in, all of a sudden, that's when CP time works for us. Because those Black votes, they kick in. And all of a sudden, you see that lead just going down. And so, and that's the thing. And so, again, you do all you can, and you have to wait to see what the results are.
Well, let me just tell y'all, my Black vote was on time this year because I was an early vote. I voted last week. I made sure to do that. But to your point about people having frenzy and everything, what did they say last week? Keep Kamala and carry Amala. So I think that's what we need to start saying to everybody before we start cussing them out. But I want to go back to 2016, and I still have a little PTSD. And this is what I wanted to say about Pennsylvania. I was on the ground canvassing for Hillary. You know, I believed in it. There was a busload of us who went there. We were in Philly. The campaign gave us our marching orders. And diplomatically, I think a lot more obviously could have been done. And as someone who was there, we were in Rittenhouse Square. And listen, I'm not from Philly, but I knew it was a nice area. And I knew that every door that I knocked on, they were like, we know where our polling place is. We know who we're voting for. Get out of our faces. But we weren't going anywhere where there were Black voters. And that was a place where she should have won. But, you know, I think there was a lot more work. And in contrast, I think this campaign has been extremely thoughtful. They have been everywhere from Bucks County to Pittsburgh to, you know, everywhere across the state, and people have been on the ground. So they've been a lot more thoughtful. And I'm not saying I'm calling it, but they have been they put everything on the line in Pennsylvania. So I
they got a lot more money now. Too.
yeah, they did. And now a lot of people here fundraise to make sure that they did. But I'm just saying, even when it comes to making sure people on the ground, we're not ignoring our voters or people, even rural voters, or, and to your point, this campaign has been very thoughtful in coalition building, bringing people from across the aisle, bringing people, she's like, I know you may not even vote for me, or people who, obviously paying attention to people who are making this, one issue voters. And obviously, like you said, people who have issues over, ISPAL and in Gaza. And I think, this is my personal opinion. Obviously, I'm who am I? But I feel like if you don't vote, this is, you shouldn't have any say in the civic process. You shouldn't be able to call your member of Congress afterwards. You shouldn't be able to have Twitter fingers or do anything, because you are, in essence, giving someone else the right. You're agreeing what's going on. You make it easy for anybody else, especially if it's somebody that, has proven that they'll be a dictator, do whatever they want to do to you. So I hope that, and I think that's probably the hardest demographic to reach out to. But how haughty do you have to be?
Point when you be talking to some of these MAGA fools and shit, it's like, if you don't vote, what is your argument, bruh?
Right.
Like, you're not making no sense now.
Right. It's what you think is irrelevant.
It just like,
to a point.
because you didn't vote for it, you have nothing to complain about.
Right.
Like, man, you voted, right? We got a lot to complain about if Trump win and he start doing all the shit we ain't want him to do. So we complain. But if you don't vote, what the fuck you complaining about?
Or the process, if they were more so creating
But
chaos.
where does that really
Exactly.
I don't think that's the point. I think I really believe some people get satisfaction with just commentating and complaining.
Some
I really
people
do.
in their
Pontificating.
Well,
Absolutely.
Like being
Oh
the
my
fifth quarter,
yes.
the fifth quarter quarterback or Monday night quarterbacking.
Absolutely.
Like they don't feel like they have anything to contribute in the moment because, frankly, a lot of them don't. But this is the one time that you do have something to do with this because it is your right as an American to vote. And I don't think that fact has been hit home as often as it should, as pervasive as it should be. It is like I'm convincing family members to go vote, and
I think some people have gotten so far left that have fallen off the cliff, right? Like they've decided the system doesn't work. You oftentimes hear, it doesn't make a difference what I do. And so that they see themselves as revolutionaries and they just won't involve themselves in the system. And my argument to them is work to change the system. I'm fine with that. But while you work to change the system, participate in the system that we have today.
Civically engaged.
But Joe, here's the deal though. Those very same people, when their asses get in trouble, they call the system.
Absolutely.
The first people, I hear that crap all the time. Right. But if a hurricane hits, a flood hits, your ass calling the system.
Absolutely.
And so, and that's the problem. And so this notion of somehow, look, I can check out until you need some help. And then people like, well, why aren't they showing up?
Right.
Well, your ass didn't show up.
Right. Yeah. We have to deal.
EVE Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems like never before.
There. As for the rest of the state where where Republicans are looking, it's Western Wisconsin. They've got a very competitive congressional race there, and they're really hoping that the rural areas of Wisconsin turn out strong for Donald Trump. That's where they're going to be watching for a better margin than last time around.
Yes, Zach, this is the time the rest of the country gets to talk about the WOW counties. This is our favorite time of year. But I do want to ask you about the U.S. Senate race as well. I believe you're at the campaign of Senator Tammy Baldwin for her watch party tonight. She's running for a third term there. She's being challenged by Republican Eric Hovde. There's been tens of millions of dollars spent on ads there. And this is really a seat Republicans have been targeting. Can you give us a sense of where that race stands?
Well, the latest polling shows Baldwin up a couple points depending on which poll you're looking at. Now, the question really is, will she be able to run ahead of Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket? Because historically, especially in 2018, which was an off year, it was an off cycle for her, she ran way ahead of all the other Democrats on the ticket, doing really well in some of those rural Republican areas. And the question is, will that happen again, or will that race get nationalized in the same way a lot of the other races are getting nationalized and voters are tying them together, or will they separate those out? That's part.
Was saying she had affairs and all this stuff. Right. And I don't know. You sure? Yeah. And she been reelected. Now you see what I'm saying? And that's a person that he dogged his almost for the last 2-3 years.
Yep.
She reelected.
She coming after that ass.
Miss Also Brooks is in. That tell you something. She rode the wave of somebody.
Yeah. Don't forget the lady in Delaware.
So it's something happening that we missed.
The part, fasten your seatbelts. I think we're going to start getting more and more results, including here from Wisconsin, including from those WOW counties that you were just talking about. Look at this one that we heard him talk about right here, Ozaukee County. There's Milwaukee, first of all, to give people a sense of place. Here we go. There's Milwaukee. Right next up top there, Ozaukee County. We have not gotten any results from there yet. We will watch it closely. Obviously, they have not been had the polls closed there long. But Waukesha County next door, look at this important county in Wisconsin. Right now we have Donald Trump tracking with his 2016 results there, outperforming 2020. Kamala Harris is somewhere in between. She's kind of between what Hillary Clinton did and Joe Biden. So we've got to watch this carefully. This is good news, early good news in Waukesha County, just one county for Donald Trump. While we're here, let's do a quick check-in on Pennsylvania. The big one, 25% of the vote in. Harris is still retaining her lead. But as I say, we will just keep watching it carefully.
Lisa Desjardins, thank you so much. Always good to get a deeper look at Wisconsin there. Amy, this is the part of the night I think you've been dreading when I bring up Iowa.
And see what it means.
We know at 9 o'clock, obviously polls closed in a number of key states, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin. We are tracking, but we spoke earlier about older women voters in particular, older white women voters. We talked about that poll from over the weekend from a renowned, well-respected pollster in Iowa that sent political Twitter all aflutter. Will we know soon what that really means on the ground?
Well, this is right. This was a big outlier. And I think people were taking it, and what it may show, and this is sort of interesting as we're watching some of these states come in. As I said, the states that are not tied to the big story, which is they're not one of the 7 swing states, behaving a little bit differently than we have seen them in the past. So a state like Florida going even more red, but a state like Virginia or New Hampshire is likely to be a smaller Democratic margin in those states, even though they are pretty blue states. So what we have in Iowa is a state that if it's going to behave the way, say, some of these other states have done, which is, they're not sort of following or when they don't have when they're not focused on by the presidential candidates, they behave maybe a little bit differently. But there's nothing that I'm seeing right now, whether it's out of Ohio or whether it's out of Wisconsin or these other states, to suggest that Iowa is suddenly going to pop up and be this one great big outlier, right? That even as everywhere else is sort of tracking with what we assumed it would be in terms of the demographic and how these states have performed in the past, that would be quite remarkable if Iowa did not.
David and Jonathan, we didn't get to talk about it because it came out over the weekend. What's your take?
Yeah, I was a little.
Yeah.
She's a great pollster. I was a little dubious. Everybody has rogue polls. If I could just bring us to Texas,
Yeah.
we got 65% of the vote in, and right now Trump is up by 11 points. If he maintains a double-digit lead, there's no way Ted Cruz loses. And so Texas is always about to turn blue over the course of my lifetime. It looks like we'll still be waiting. So this margin in Texas is kind of impressive.
Got a lead in Wisconsin.
Back to Iowa and the poll. I don't know if it's an outlier or not. I'm not a pollster. I'll look to you, Amy, to say whether that is the case. But I think it was a bit of a political earthquake and something that, at least among Democrats, was hopeful. Not necessarily that the vice president would win Iowa, but what it portends for the rest of the country, in particular demographics. I mean, for me, it was akin to the abortion vote in Kansas, and the fact that ruby red Kansas voted to protect abortion rights sent a signal to me about how important that issue would be across the country. And so the Iowa poll, the Seltzer poll, to come out and to show the vice president ahead by 3 or 4 made me wonder, what does that mean for the battleground states? More importantly, what does it mean for white women voters? And so with all these results coming in, pictures being filled in.
Picture is being filled in.
And the takeaway of the Seltzer poll was that Kamala Harris had expanded her margins among independent white women and older white women. In order to win this evening, she would have to really historically run up those numbers, one would imagine, right?
Well, so this is where my math skills really are a problem because they're very low. As many of us, I won't speak for anybody else here, but those of us who got into this profession did so because we did not do particularly well on the math
I was
SAT.
told there would be no math.
That's right.
Correct.
And so we like to do the other part, the writing piece, not so much the math piece. What is interesting is, and let's see if this plays out, but in state after state, women are they do traditionally make up a bigger percent of the electorate. But so in a state like Pennsylvania, women are making up, say, 54% of the electorate. She's winning women by 9 points, but losing men by 9 points.
Mm-hmm.
But because women make up a bigger percent of the overall electorate, that is a benefit, right? So losing men by 9, if it were 50-50, and that would be a bigger problem. But what is also pretty clear is that it is not that we're not seeing that she's winning women by 15 points, while there's also an increase in the number of women who turn out, right? So we have more women that are turning out. The margin isn't dramatic, but that ultimately could be the difference. This is why I say the math becomes the problem here, because if at the end of the day, it's not that she wins them by a bigger margin, but they made up a bigger percent of the electorate, that would matter a lot.
Kevin, in fact, how are you looking at that gender gap?
Well, first of all, I have to get my word in on the Iowa poll.
Please.
I mean, look, the Iowa poll had everybody shook because I think, the fact that there were so many independents and women breaking towards Harris, I think was a surprise for a lot of people. But I always think back to Mike Murphy, who was a grand wizard on the.
Why you frame it like that, though? Where's Kornacki in them?
Is she texting someone behind your back? A single Spokeo search can help you find out who she's messaging. Spokeo can also help you discover other details like photos, email addresses, current
Oh, damn well. don't like that.
From the Associated Press, this is an election 2024 update. Live from Washington, here is Meg Kennard.
Welcome back. We are back to you now with some more AP race calls. The Associated Press has declared Donald Trump the winner of 2 states, Ohio and Texas, and an update in the U.S. Senate contest this evening. The AP has declared Democrat Angela Alsobrooks as winner of the U.S. Senate contest in the state of Maryland. Back to the presidential race, again, a reminder of this live voting map that's next to me. These states lighting up in red for Republican Donald Trump and blue for Democrat Kamala Harris. With me to dive into all of these race calls and some other updates from this election night is Sagar Meghani. Sagar, hello.
We've reached the point where the news is coming fast and furious.
It is. So these presidential race calls that we've made, are these surprises? What's the top line from Ohio and Texas?
Yeah, I feel like we've said this a lot, but not surprises. These are races that are going the way everyone expected them to go. 57 electoral votes between Texas and Ohio for Donald Trump. So that's notable, but again, not surprising.
Okay. What about some other measures that we're seeing on the ballot? There are a number of states this election night that are considering different proposals related to the issue of abortion. I understand there are some updates in those as well. What do you
There
have?
is. In the 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion opponents had been 7 for 7 in statewide votes about constitutional amendments. Florida has broken that string. It has rejected a constitutional amendment that would have protected abortion, but abortion opponents have won 2 more races today in New York and in Maryland. Those 2 states have now enshrined the right to abortion in their constitutions.
Speaking of Maryland, this Senate contest with Angela Alsobrooks defeating former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. How big of a contest has this been? I feel like every time I'm here in Washington, I've seen so many ads related to this race. What's your takeaway on this?
I live in Maryland. The ads have been everywhere. The signs have been everywhere. Ben Cardin is retiring as a Democrat. Democrats desperately needed to keep the seat. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor, mounted a big challenge, but Angela Alsobrooks now keeps the Senate at 50-50 because earlier in West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice won his Senate race.
All right, so listen up. State Farm was trying to charge me $197 for car insurance. No, thank you. I got a friend who...
Thank you so much. We'll be back with more soon. Coming up at the top of the next hour, we will have polls closing in an additional 3 states of Montana, Utah, and Nevada.
All right, let's see what Nevada talking about. That's what it's like. Maryland is full of power unity. Oh, I got my girl. Let me get going down. Let me get. So it. Remember, my man been pointing out these white girls, right? Right. That be doing their little commentary talking about Trump a lot, and they from these like Oklahoma and shit like that.
One against
He
a
don't
measure
like
as if
both
it
of them
was his
on it.
opponent. All
It is.
of that is a complete disservice to the women of Florida.
You see,
And people hate this
Angie
stuff. Like it's the gamesmanship.
Sullivan
It's like this
and
is the
Jennifer
shit that drives people
Welch.
crazy, which is like just
Y'all
like
my dogs. I fucks with
Right.
y'all too. Okay? What's the name of that joint?
Like,
Hey,
and
shout
I
out to
know
y'all
it's
before. We
politics.
gotta start
Nothing's fair in politics.
Isn't politics
No,
another
really,
word
y'all
for
white.
BS?
Really telling
Okay, no.
No. I'm
do
saying like when you're at a
that.
job and things aren't going right, like say you were up for a position and they gave it to someone else, they always go, "Oh, it's a
And
bunch
Monique?
of politics."
Well,
and I
no,
would think
I'm
if you're a politician,
Why
you're
you
an
ain't gonna
expert
get
in
with,
bullshit. No,
Roland though?
I like to think we're an expert in the
I-
will of the people.
I don't know. I think politics is just everybody kind of like playing chess. There's, you scratch my back, I scratch your back. You do this for me, I'll do this for you. That's how I feel.
Wait, what is Ben drinking? Ben has and it's got an umbrella.
You hydrate.
Some space for a dumbass to be around. But right now with this countdown ticking,
right?
Dumbasses can't be around, bro. Talking that bullshit. There's no time for that.
No.
Like, come on, bro.
But it's apropos for the state.
Everyone who hates ads will be using this Chrome extension by 2025. I feel like
Y'all
I just found
gotta
a Google
do
cheat
this
code. It's a
commercial
Chrome
shit.
extension called Pi.
Almost like a regular.
So I put an umbrella in my colonoscopy prep drink, and
No, you
starting in about
didn't.
20 minutes, I will be running in and out.
How
of
you
this
get up on that
broadcast,
joint?
Oh my
depending
God,
how
that
the
is
election
so
results
TMI.
come in.
Nice
TMI.
job.
But I'm hoping that it's more of a purging into a cleansing of a brand new era in America rather
Shouldn't
than
have asked.
a
Shouldn't have
feeling
asked.
sick
I'm really
going
sorry that
backwards.
I
Why'd
mentioned
you
it.
ask?
How y'all get up
Why'd
on
you
that?
ask? I also
I'm
got
sorry.
yellow.
You because you had an umbrella. Like I needed to know about the umbrella. I used to love those things.
That's
Well,
awesome.
now you understand why I'll be exiting and coming back in.
Oh my God. TMI.
So you can't eat for hours, right?
The whole day I can't eat tomorrow either.
Okay,
and
well,
then,
everyone should get screened.
good.
So good for
Yes,
you.
you gotta
I've been
get
avoiding
screened.
it for
Very
years.
important.
So we'll just give
Very
a little
important.
You
we'll
did?
do a little public service announcement.
Yes.
Get screened.
Yes.
All right, Chris, what are you seeing on the
Where
house
is Don?
races?
What
What
is
is going
going on?
on? Chris, help me with the house races because I'm dying to know where we are.
Yeah, so I mean, look, the ones that I think are super interesting, right, are like Virginia 2 is that it's sort of Virginia Beach. It's always been competitive. It's
Oh, yeah.
military. There's a big black population there. It's always been a competitive state
Yeah.
district. Honestly, even though Virginia, where I am currently, they're pretty good at counting votes. There's only 35% of the vote in. Jen Kiggins, who's the incumbent Republican,
Right.
is up 55-42. But again, it's 35% of the vote in. The other one that I think is interesting is Virginia 7.
Yeah.
For people who don't know, it's basically kind of like north of Richmond, between Richmond and DC,
Yeah.
sort of,
Yeah.
is basically where that is. The person who held it, Abigail Spanberger, is a Democrat. She's
Right,
she's
she's
going to
running
be
for
the
governor.
Democratic nominee for governor next year, just in case you need more races. Don't worry, Virginia has you covered in 2025. So that district has 82% in, and this is Eugene Vindman, right? So this is
Yeah,
a name
how's he
we know.
doing?
It's 51% Vindman, 49% Derek Anderson. I
Wow.
will tell you, Vindman was up. Again, this is so important because it's always like where the vote is from. Vindman,
Yeah.
I looked like 25 minutes ago, and Vindman was up like 8. So it's just
Yeah.
there's probably more vote coming from the Richmond, the northern Richmond suburbs that are in that district. But those are the two. And then the other ones that I think are probably too early. So like Pennsylvania 7 and 8, I think are interesting.
Yeah.
But it's Susan Wild's a Democratic incumbent. This is, Philly outer suburbs. It's
Right.
51-49 there. Pennsylvania 8, Matt Cartwright is up 55-45, but 57% in. So look, to me, it's sort of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin,
All
right? And the thing I'd point out about that is since 1992, those 3 states have all voted for the same person in every presidential election. So I always say a trend is a trend until it's not anymore. But it would suggest those 3 states tend to move a little bit in unison. So I see a lot of despondent Democrats. I mean, look, Kamala Harris is not going to win by like a 330 electoral vote landslide.
Yeah.
Because I think Georgia and North Carolina are going to be tough.
Yeah.
But
They just called North Carolina for
what'd you
Trump.
say?
They just called North Carolina for
Okay.
Trump.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's so. Georgia, I think, is hard, but still possible. But look, you don't have to win by a landslide to be president. I mean, that's what I always remind people. You only have to get to 270, and if she wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, she's at 270. That seems to me to be the path.
But it's interesting
now.
because like a lot of my friends on the right have been saying for a long time that they thought she was never that she lost the Sun Belt early. Like that they thought that there was no chance she was getting Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona. And I'd been skeptical because I thought she might actually overperform in North Carolina just because of like student vote and Obama won there and all of that stuff. But now it's looking like that's actually coming out to be true, that the Sun Belt, she really may lose it. But again, to your point, she can lose the Sun Belt if she gets the entire, but she has to win the rest.
Look, she can lose Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona
And
still be
win.
president. Yeah,
Right.
absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
and again, like I always go back, Harris, to her credit, expanded the number of states that were competitive. Like North Carolina, we weren't really talking about when Biden was the nominee. We were talking about Georgia a little bit, but everybody I talked to was smart. Was like,
Whose dog, man?
The dog is unhappy.
Who
But
let
I
the
think-
dogs out?
But Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan was always kind of the, we call it the blue wall for a reason, right? Like it was always kind of where it was going to be won or lost. And I think that's just totally been borne out here. I mean, I don't rule Georgia out because, again, we'll see what Atlanta does. But I think it's harder than they would have liked it to be, certainly right now. So I would pay attention. I think we'll hear Pennsylvania before we hear Michigan and Wisconsin. And, I if she loses Pennsylvania, it's over, right? He's at 270 and it's over. If she loses Michigan or Wisconsin, it's not over yet, but I would say it's certainly trending in that direction.
So it's
How's
looking like it's going to be
Pennsylvania
a long
looking?
night. Yeah.
How's Pennsylvania looking?
Well, it's early.
I mean,
I thought she was leading, no?
so the problem in
Not that
Pennsylvania,
early.
it's not a problem, but
Oh,
the
okay.
issue in Pennsylvania is they count votes pretty slowly, and the Philly votes don't come in right away. Right now, it's 52-47 with 31% in. But I'm just looking to see what the votes are.
52-47. Who's lead?
Her Harris, sorry.
Yeah, I thought Harris
Okay.
was leading.
So,
And
but in
that's early
Philadelphia,
before Philly. That's pretty
right,
good
in
omen.
Philadelphia County, which only 25% of the votes are in, she's winning 82-17. So
Right.
you would assume she's going to win by about that mark,
Yeah.
80-20 probably. And like Montgomery County, which is just right outside
Yeah, that's
suburban, 23% of the vote in. So there's not, the only place where there's a decent chunk in is Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh. She's up
Yeah.
66-34 with 50% in, but it's still, there's not a ton of vote in there, to be totally honest.
but they've called. It's hard for me to see everything at the same time. Pittsburgh's already reported.
50% of Pittsburgh. So none of these places have fully reported. And that's why I always a lot of this stuff is you don't know where the
Yeah,
vote
that's
is
it. But I
coming
need to hear from here.
Don from the streets.
Kamala has won Wyoming. I don't know if you already said that. Kamala has won Wyoming.
Wait. What's that?
What?
Very excited.
Wyoming.
What?
Kamala's won Wyoming.
I'm in
No. She did not win
right?
Wyoming. What are we
Shut
talking
up,
about?
man.
She
Come on,
That's what
y'all
she
doing
did.
this fake news.
Is you're hungry,
Look,
man.
I've got I've got this going on. I'm in a
Oh,
studio with
look at you.
30 feet of video screens and live results. It said she won Wyoming. Is that wrong?
That can't
That's
be right.
wrong.
Yeah, that's wrong. Thank you,
Oh,
Chris.
man, you
Chris,
thought
never
you
leave
had it.
us.
Thought you had
No,
it.
it's, I mean, they already called Wyoming for Trump.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Never leave
I mean,
us.
if she
Chris.
won Wyoming, we'd be having a very different conversation,
Jesus
by the way.
Lord, we sure would be. Okay. So, all right, can we go back to the House? Because I'm stressing about the House and the Senate. We don't have any, it's
this
too
is
early
too
on
much,
both
man.
House and Senate, right?
Yeah, too early. I mean, just look at Ohio and Montana.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, three childhood friends.
State.
It's like a funhouse mirror, like the country feels so divided, but yet on all of these issues, we're actually not as divided. And, women are less divided than we've ever been. I mean, I think that's part of what we saw in the run up. We'll see if it pans out today, but women since 2016, white women have kind of come back left. So I don't know. But
I would like to go to some of our lemon heads, our loyal viewers, to see how they are feeling, if they are anxiety ridden. Who can we talk to, Nikki? Who do we have?
We have Marcy McCall right here. Marcy.
Hi, Marcy McCall. You're next. Marcy, what are you? I'm pretty calm. I don't know how you're feeling. It's early on in the evening. How do you feel?
We don't hear her.
We can't hear you, Marcy. Are you muted? Are you frozen? Okay, we can't hear Marcy. All right, so we'll get. Oh, there's Marcy. Go ahead, Marcy.
Muted.
Still can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. Okay.
73%.
Yeah, we tried. Yeah, she's muted. Did you guys unmute her?
She can hear us, I think.
We did. Hold on. Stand by.
Yeah. She's got, it says muted up on the thing. It says the Lemonheads are muted. Okay.
No, you got to me.
Wait, what are you guys?
I mean,
What are you guys talking about? Godfrey and Lauren, what's up?
Oh, I'm taking off
Well,
soon.
he's got better plans.
Not better
plan
plan.
than us.
Oh, you guys have been holding it down. It's awesome. I have to go though at 10.
Are you off to a watch party, or you're off to like have some drinks?
No, a podcast.
Oh, really? You have to do your podcast.
Yeah. How long are you gonna be here? You gonna be here for all night?
We're here all night. We're here as long as you're here.
Maybe
as
we'll
long
come
as,
back.
As long as we're here, and until she comes out, until somebody is declared.
Oh, really?
We're here. I've been live streaming since 2 p.m.
Man,
I've been on the live since 2 p.m.
Is that Michael Jackson
We'll
in the
probably go
background?
from
They're doing
2
Don't
to
Stop
2.
Till You Get Enough, man. Dang.
Yeah. So Godfrey, what time do you have to leave?
Minutes. Like 5 minutes. But I can come back.
All right, we should come back. What do you have to say?
What if I told you that you can use Motion Array to improve your videos fast? For example, you can create a
given Republican prospects broadly in Indiana, but that governor's race in Indiana has been one to watch, and so we'll keep eyes there. So sorry to interrupt you.
No, just to finish that point, that we know that a lot of conservatives have moved to Florida. We've seen it in the voter registration data. We know the state is moving to the right, partly because of the influx of folks. There is an inefficiency in the Electoral College to winning Florida by 10 or 13 points. I personally think we should have a national popular vote. It shouldn't matter if you move from Saginaw, Michigan down to Orlando, how much your vote counts, but it does matter for our purposes. And so one of the things I'm looking at tonight is that Florida margin, because it might be much bigger and you might think, oh, wow, that shows strength. That might actually not be the best outcome for Republicans in terms of the efficiency of the distribution geographically of their vote.
One of the calls that we just got on the presidential race was the first call for Vice President Harris. She has been projected by NBC News to be the winner in Vermont. And I reiterate that now because, interestingly, Vermont's governor is Republican. His name is Phil Scott. There isn't a call yet in the Vermont governor's race. It's still too early to call. But Governor Phil Scott of Vermont walked out of his polling place today and said this. He said, quote, "I did some soul searching and thought about a lot of different things and came to the conclusion that I had to put country over party. I voted for Kamala Harris, the Vermont Republican governor up for re-election in a very blue state, saying that he crossed party lines to vote for the Democratic nominee for president."
Yeah. And that is also the question that is laying out there. You were talking about Florida. And so, I've always got to text my Florida friends. It's kind of what I do. But the other interesting thing that's happened is that you've seen a lot of Florida voters migrate. Republicans have been winning the voter registration game for a long time in the state of Florida, but independents are winning it harder. And so you're starting to see a big part of that electorate in Florida be independent and no party affiliated. And the turnout, it looks like, as statewide voter turnout, and we'll get all the final numbers of, when we get them approved to say, but it's looking like it's going to be like a quarter independent. Now, that does not mean that Donald Trump is going to, obviously, Florida is a Republican state, but it does throw into kind of the air kind of what happens with particularly white and Latino voters who may have in the last week, to your point, watched Donald Trump do some really strange, crude, odd things that I think this Vermont Republican governor also watched, and people in the end who decide late going, there are some indications that late breakers are leaning toward Harris.
And I think we should watch for that also in states that have a lot more money and ads and energy pouring into them. What was so interesting about Iowa, and now we get to learn tonight or in the coming days how it lands, but Iowa was outside of these holy seven battleground states that really one of the few things the campaigns agree on. Both campaigns said it looks like these seven, and then maybe there's more. And so what happens in those final really key 10 days and whether places that aren't getting pummeled with ads got news and information, and the women's vote, whether that breaks one way or the other, is what we're watching for as well.
Well, and also you have to keep in mind that a lot of those undecided voters who are making game time calls want to vote for a winner. And I really think this is unscientific, but the last week has been a very good close for Kamala Harris, not a good close for Donald Trump. He hasn't been able to fill the rallies. He's addled. He has racist comedians opening up, whatever. It's been a trashy week for Donald Trump. It's been a very strong week for Kamala Harris. And if you're sitting there in the line thinking, I want to vote for the person who has a W at the end of their name after this is all over, that's a good thing for Kamala
And can
Harris.
I just add that I think it's important for us to say that, if you're watching, as Nicole said, stay in line. There have been some extended voting hours. So I just want to, say to people, hopefully you're listening to us on Sirius XM and not at home if you are in one of these states. And NBC now is able to report this as well. You have Cambria County, Pennsylvania. You have extended voting until 10 p.m. Eastern because there were voting machine outages this morning. This is a court order. So if you're in Cambria Cambria County, Pennsylvania. If you're in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania, extended till 9:30. There are 2 precincts in Cobb County, Georgia, that will be open for another 10 minutes. So if you're in line per judge's orders, you can still vote. 2 precincts in North Carolina, Wilson County, and 1 in Burke. Both were extended till 8 p.m. Eastern time, and 1 more, St. Clair County, Alabama. A judge has ruled that polling locations affected by ballot printing issues stay open until 9. So I think to that point, late breakers are probably election, they're election day voters for the most part. So don't get out of line. And also be careful what you're hearing in those lines. We've seen a lot of threats. We've seen a lot of sort of strange rumors. Try not to spread them.
Yeah.
Don't text them to people. Don't spread disinformation on accident. Just stay in line and do your thing. You got one job. Vote.
Don't be dissuaded. Don't be afraid.
That's
don't
right.
let anybody talk you out of it.
Exactly.
While we are waiting for what we expect to be a large number of votes reported out of Georgia, let's go live to Scottsdale, Arizona, where Liz Kreutz has been talking to voters as they've been queued up to vote in Arizona. Liz, what have you seen today?
HR shouldn't be hard. It shouldn't be hard to hire the best people or get them paid.
Hey, Rachel. Yeah, we are in the critical Maricopa County. Often people say so goes Maricopa County, so goes the state. And right now there's a very long line here at this polling location in Scottsdale right now. We'll show it to you. Maybe about 60 or 70 people here in line waiting. And some people saying it's taking about an hour for them to get inside there. Part of that is because of this long 2-page ballot here in the state. It's the longest ballot the state's had since 2006. So it just takes a long time to fill out. But not every polling place has a line this long. In fact, there are even there's a Republican group here that's been renting out a bus that they're calling the Trump train, and they're actually shuttling people from here to a nearby polling location that doesn't have as long of lines. There's also signs here that say it's fine, stay in line. So they're hoping people don't see this and get discouraged. As we talk about turnout, though, Rachel, right now, I think Republicans are feeling pretty encouraged here at this moment. Coming into today in Maricopa County, there were more than 1.5 million voters who had cast their ballots. Today, Maricopa County has seen more than 200,000 people cast their ballots. 40% of those ballots today have been from those independent voters, 39% from Republican, 21% from Democrat. Going into today, Republican turnout had been higher, which is to be expected since voter registration among Republicans is higher than Democrat here. I think Democrats have been hoping they'd see some high turnout today. So they're certainly going to be banking on those independent voters, those other voters, to see how they break and if they go for Harris here in Arizona. Rachel.
Liz, thank you. Liz Kreutz in Maricopa County. Really long ballots in Arizona. Maricopa County voters on average being asked to vote on 79 different items on their ballots. Seriously. But while we were checking in with Liz, we got the first big batch of votes out of Georgia. Steve, what do we got?
Yeah. Okay. So as we said, we expect a ton to come in here, and what's supposed to happen is all of the early vote. That includes vote by mail and in-person early voting that's been going on the last few weeks. All of that needs to be reported out by all of these counties in the first hour. So what we're seeing so far is it may be in some of these counties they're going to report that incrementally because it's varying what we're getting. But I'll tell you, I talked about, if you were watching earlier, what we call, or I call at least, the blue blob, which is the immediate Atlanta metro area. And 2 counties there, this is where Democrats are just trying to run up the score. Two counties here have substantial vote in right now. One of them right here is Douglas County. And you can see here, this is about 3/4 of the vote. And again, that is probably all of the early vote that was cast here. Now, to put this in some perspective, Harris basically beating Trump 2-1. This is one of these counties where the population's been growing. It's been diversifying, sort of an emerging suburb. It's now, the population is now about half black. It's a place Republicans used to win. Harris up 2-1 here. Last time around, Biden won this 62-37. He won by 25. Currently, Harris is about 32.5 up on Trump. The key question here, and this is going to be the key question in Georgia as we start to get these big batches around the state. What we expect from the past is that the rest of the vote in Douglas County is going to be more Republican friendly. It's going to be the election day vote, the people who went out and voted today. You remember from 2020, that was overwhelmingly Republican. We don't think it's going to be anywhere near as overwhelming. We still suspect it's going to be more Republican than Democratic, but we don't know that. So the key here is maybe put a pin in this. 3/4 of the vote in Douglas, and it's 66-33-6 Harris over Trump. When this gets up to 100, has this moved? How much has this moved? Because that is going to be the story sort of statewide. If Harris lands somewhere around here in Douglas, that's progress for her. That's what the Democrats want to be doing. They want to be squeezing more out of this big population dense immediate Atlanta metro area. Again, I'm just showing you how this county has evolved politically. Look at this. It was a battleground in 2012. Donald Trump came along, lost it by 10. Biden 25, now 32 for Harris. Democrats in all these counties, these 9 counties right around Atlanta, this is what they want. They want to keep driving that number up, keep running up the big margins there because they've been suffering losses elsewhere in the state. So that is Douglas County. Take a look now. Again, this is part of that blue area we're talking about. This is Rockdale County. Geographically, this is small. It's very population dense here. And again, now Harris by about a little bit more than 50. This is all the early vote in Rockdale County. Put it in some perspective. Joe Biden won here by 41. Harris is leading by 51.5. The key question here, as the rest of this comes in, is this number receding back to 2020? That's where Republicans want it. Is it stabilizing here? Is it only falling back a tick? That's what Democrats want to have happen. Again, every one of these counties in the core Atlanta area, Democrats want the Harris number to be bigger than the Biden number. They need to squeeze as many votes as they can. And then if you were watching at the top of the broadcast this evening, there's one county, and it's right here that I singled out. It's Fayette County. This one has remained red as all these other counties in here have turned blue, but it's been getting close. Now, this is when I say they may be reporting votes out incrementally here. I think we got all the early at once in these other 2 counties. As you can see, this is a very small number, and we know there were a lot more early votes than this cast in Fayette. But Fayette is the one we really want to pay attention to because, again, just putting this in some perspective, this is a very high-income, high college degree concentration suburb right outside Atlanta, exactly the kind of place where Democrats have been gaining by leaps and strides in the Trump era. Again, just to show you the history. This was 12 years ago, core Republican bedroom community county. Trump comes along. Look at that Republican margin drop. Look at it drop further. Democrats want to be flipping this county tonight. We only have 6%. We need a lot more vote here. But this one we're going to keep looking at because I think it's a test for more broadly how the night might be going for Democrats in Georgia. Just taking a look here, we can go to the far north to seeing what's in. These are the far northern part of the state. This is the most overwhelmingly Republican part of Georgia. So the question for Trump here, he's going to be winning these counties with 75, 80% of the vote. Trump just does not want to have slippage of, 2-3 points even in these places from what he got in 2020. So let's just take a look here. Again, this is relatively small, but this is, okay, Trump got 81.3 in 2020. He's at 80.3 right now. This is the early vote from Union County. Remember, one of these things that we saw in Georgia was Republican voters who were very hesitant to vote early, to vote by mail in 2020, really embraced early voting, especially in Georgia, just based on the numbers we were seeing from the early vote process. So look at all the early vote that came in from Union, very different from 4 years ago. And again, if the remaining 15 or so percent from Union is more Republican than what's come out, Trump could be hitting that number from 2020. Again, it's not close here, but every one of these counties, they add up. Trump wants to be maintaining the number he got in 2020, because if you multiply this, there's dozens of counties like this around the state. And if Trump's losing a point or two in all of them, that does start to add up statewide. So that's what we're going to be looking for in North Georgia. Sorry, I didn't mean to get out of the state there. Okay, with Gwinnett, let's see what's happening in Gwinnett. This is over 1 million people in Gwinnett. This is like the most racially, ethnically diverse county in Georgia, one of them most in the country. Okay, it's only 1,000 votes. I thought I was setting up for a lot more there. But this is what I mean about it coming in incrementally. So sometimes you swing and you miss. But this is a big one to keep an eye on tonight. Fulton is the biggest in this area. Gwinnett is right behind it here, rapidly growing. You're talking about a third white, a third Hispanic, a quarter Hispanic, a quarter black, about 15% Asian American, very diverse, growing Democratic. So again, we're going to keep an eye here, see what else comes in, and I'll give a shout if we got some more. I'm just
all right. So Georgia making good on its promise that it would produce a lot of votes very early. Let me just tell you one thing about Georgia. We're looking at Georgia vote right now because Georgia polls closed at 7. But as Joy was mentioning earlier, there are a number of precincts in Georgia where polls are still open because of a variety of reasons. There were a dozen precincts spread across DeKalb County, Fulton County, and Gwinnett County where precincts were able to extend their hours. They had to extend their hours because there were false bomb threats that were made in those polling locations. So again, a dozen precincts in DeKalb County. There's 6 of them in DeKalb, 5 in Fulton, 1 in Gwinnett County. There's an additional 2 precincts in Cobb County, 1 in Glynn County. Those have also been allowed to remain open late due to some other issues. So even though we are talking about the Georgia vote coming in and Georgia polls being closed, there's more than a dozen locations statewide where voting is still happening. So if you are within the sound of our voice and you are still in line to vote in Georgia, and your voting place is still open, stay in line. You will be allowed to vote. Don't let anybody tell you to get out of line. The other thing I need to tell you is that coming up in less than 9 minutes is our next big closing of a big important swing state, and that is North Carolina. We're going to take a break right now because when we come back on the other side of the break, we're going to have North Carolina's Democratic Governor Roy Cooper. Governor Cooper, it's a real honor to have you with us. We know this is crunch time. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we've left it all on the field in North Carolina. A lot of sunburns, a lot of tired people, but I feel very good about where we are. That's for sure.
As we head toward this imminent poll closing in just a few minutes, how has Election Day gone in North Carolina? Have you had any American? Don't let anybody push you around. All right. It's getting very close to 8 p.m. on the East Coast. That is our biggest overall hour at any one time over the whole course of the night.
To, if Trump found even more rural voters, they would account for people without a college degree, and in that margin then suddenly doesn't hold up if you're looking at the 2020 margin.
In the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick, no big fan of Trump, believes Trump is doing well.
But isn't Bucks County the one collar county that Republicans have done well in?
They have over the years, but so have Democratic presidents in recent cycles.
But the Republican hasn't won it since 1992.
Right.
In the national, yeah.
Let's check in now with Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes with Vice President Harris at Howard University in Washington, D.C. Nancy?
Nora, it's funny that Robert Costa just heard from Senator Ron Johnson saying he's a little nervous about Wisconsin. I just heard from a top Democratic operative who says he's worried about Wisconsin too. And so I think the bottom line is that everyone is pretty nervous right about now. They're certainly nervous in this crowd here at Howard University. Unlike all the Kamala Harris rallies we've been to in the past few weeks, it's totally silent here. People are watching the screens, they're checking their phones, they're having hushed conversations. They're waiting for some good news, and they haven't seen any in a while. And the Harris campaign knows that. It knows that Democratic supporters across the country are getting worried. And so they are trying to reassure them that they are seeing some bright spots. And I'll just walk you through what they say those bright spots are. This is coming from Ian Sams, the senior campaign spokesperson. He says, first of all, that they are tracking slightly above expected support levels among suburban early voters in Georgia. No, that's not all suburban voters, just early voters, but they're feeling good about that. Still waiting to get more information about same-day voters, I guess. He says in some larger suburban counties, and maybe we can hear more from Major and Anthony about this, they are currently outperforming Biden's winning 2020 margin. They're talking about Douglas County outside Atlanta, where she's running 5 points ahead of President Biden from 2020, and Rockdale County, where she's 10 points ahead of what Biden did back in 2020. So they are feeling good about that. They say that their rural turnout in Georgia is matching expectations right now. They don't have a lot of information about Michigan yet, so they're watching and waiting there. In North Carolina, he says they're seeing additional late arriving mail ballots, which are favorable to them. So they are not expressing optimism that they are going to win any one of these particular states, but they haven't given up either, and they continue to insist that they are still in the fight in North Carolina and Georgia.
Nancy Cordes, thank you, and stand by because soon we're going to go to John Dickerson, who has some information about Michigan and Wisconsin. But first, I want to check in with CBS Mornings co-host Tony Dokoupil, who's at Trump headquarters in Florida. Good evening, Tony.
Hey, good evening again. You know, as we get a little bit deeper into the night, a little bit closer to some of these key calls in this race, projections that could swing things one way or the other, I want to give you a little bit more context on the conversation around political violence from the perspective of people in this room. They are ready for anything in terms of results in this room, and that's because Donald Trump in recent days, up to and including today, has said just about everything about this race. On the one hand, today he said he would accept the results if they are fair, but then on the other hand, in radio interviews just tonight, he has referenced unsubstantiated rumors of alleged fraud in Detroit and Philadelphia, things that a senior federal official has told us are flatly untrue. But what you end up happening is a population of people are in this room and in many rooms like them all over the country who think they won in 2020, think they're winning again here in 2024, and think the only way they can lose is if there is cheating. And so you can understand why in this really remarkable CBS poll out today, 7 in 10 Americans are concerned about violence tied to the election in the days ahead. In the land of Democrats, that tends to be Republicans, they imagine, protesting, demonstrating, rioting because their candidate has been somehow, quote unquote, cheated. But when you talk to people here, they say, yeah, we are also concerned about violence by Democrats. And their imagination, what's going to happen tonight and in the days ahead, is potentially riots in blue cities. Nora.
And all you have to do is look at our nation's capital, which is boarded up and fenced up in anticipation of some of the concern about what is ahead. Tony Jacopo, thank you. When we come back, we'll check in with our correspondents in the Blue Wall battleground states. You're watching CBS News America Decides election.
You watching it? Yeah, I'm trying to. What time you trying to go to? Huh? What time you trying to go to?
It's electable anymore after what happened on January the 6th 4 years ago. But I think for a lot of people, not necessarily the dyed-in-the-wool Republicans, but for a lot of the people who are a little bit on the fence.
Trying to find a ring.
No, 10 minutes after that.
It's moving slow. Buttoned his coat up and left. The next morning, I had all the House Republicans together. We do a weekly breakfast together. And I told them that story. And I said, if our can give that level of commitment, if he can leave it all on the field, then every single one of us has to do the same. And that's what our colleagues have been doing around the country. That's exactly right. All of us have to do that because we're fighting for freedom. I want to introduce somebody else, another special guest, and this is a great honor to us. But in the House of Representatives, there's Speaker of the House, and you have Majority Leader. That's Steve Scalise. By the way, first time in history any state has had the top two officers at the same time. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And then we have the whip. That's Tom Emmer, Minnesota. And then we have the conference chair. So the leader of the House Republican Conference is Elise Stefanik of New York. You probably heard of Elise. Yeah, she's pretty famous. Well, guess what? She's in Shreveport with us tonight. Elise, come up here, will you? Elise Stefanik, everybody. She is here celebrating with us, and she's a very important person. You might have seen her little video where she took down the Ivy League presidents on their anti-Semitism. Oh yeah. It's only been seen by 2.2 billion people. It's the most watched congressional hearing of all time. So you might want to get her autograph before she leaves tonight. But we're grateful to have you, and y'all show her a little Louisiana hospitality tonight. I know you will. So look, it's too early to call everything, but we're very optimistic. I mean, it looks good. I've been in the war room. I'm calling the candidates as they're calling the races. All of our friends were congratulating them. We got some awesome people joining the conference. We got new members coming in, and I think we're going to have many more. So it's going to be a good night, and I think ultimately, I pray, I believe that God's not done with America yet. I think he's going to give us another chance. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. Listen, at the end of the day, Ronald Reagan used to remind us of a number of things, and he said, freedom is not inherited in the bloodstream. It's got to be fought for and protected. It's got to be taught and passed along to the next generation so that our children and our grandchildren can have the same liberty and opportunity and security that we have known. I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, we are so, so grateful to all of you. We couldn't imagine to do anything like this without your help. That's a drone. That's not a threat, I don't think. We're a little watchful tonight. They said, sir, you can't do it in open air. Oh, it'll be fine. It's Shreveport. I don't know. Listen, we're bullish about the future. I believe America's best days are ahead of us. And we're going to keep our steady hands at the wheel. We're going to dig in and do the work. And we have a great team to get that done. Will you keep the whole of Congress in your prayers? Will you keep the president, whoever wins, keep them in your prayers? Because I believe we can turn this thing around and we can keep this great nation that God has blessed us with. Thank y'all so much for being a part of this tonight. We appreciate you so much. God bless you. Yeah. I don't want to. Thank you so much. So we got a lot more food and stuff, and we're going to be monitoring the races, and I'll be in and out. But let's see. Let's keep our fingers crossed and keep praying. God bless you. Thank you for being here.
Hold on, house. Just gonna try to steal this fucking race.
They said school wasn't for me, but with WGU, I can earn my degree my way. From online courses that fit around my schedule to an available $2,500 back-to-school scholarship, I can conquer my future.
Ultimately, the rural turnout in Wisconsin could put that state in the column for Trump. It's still early in the evening, but most notable in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, the centrist Republican there, Brian Fitzpatrick.
College system, I would not, I agree with the ambassador in that I would not place too much credence on these early returns in the swing states, because so much depends on which votes are being counted, which counties, whether the mail-in votes are being counted, and all of that could really affect the outcome in ways we may not know until late tonight, tomorrow, or in Pennsylvania, given the way their system works, it could take even longer. The one thing I'd flag for you is that was a promising development for Harris in terms of the tracking the early voting, the mail-in voting, is that an inordinate number of women were voting more than usual as a percentage. That could well weigh in her favor in terms of the fact that she is drawing, there's a real gender gap. She's drawing much more support from women. Trump is drawing much more support for men. But even those early indicators, fall into the same kind of trap that I mentioned of let's not jump to conclusions.
Absolutely. Mr. Stephen and Ambassador Shringla, thank you so
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes.
Yeah, in Michigan, and again, it's very scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say what some of these bigger counties. We have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit. And this is of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit. This is the Democratic one. This is the one, with a lot of college-educated, higher income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County. And Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote, raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue collar, Trump friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there. So yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan 4 years ago, was this. He was able to run up a monster number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that if the Democrats looked at, they would have said, we want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 20.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations.
2016. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign said, we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight, some in Virginia. Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County. And again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be election day vote. The pattern pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in Northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this. It was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the election day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Right. Where? Are you talking about Prairie in general?
Just happened. We can tell you about one we've been.
But Tino's found a sense of belonging.
Tino did what?
Following North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85% of the vote now in, Donald Trump maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but this is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You could look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here. Democrats rely so much on Dane County and Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. It's the University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points. And that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
That's how 2016.
And plus, all her states be the late. LA, Georgia, Washington, California, Idaho. Like most rich states ain't there yet. The ones you got to worry about is Pennsylvania, Michigan. What else? Pennsylvania, Michigan. That's really it. But I'm with you though. I'm not expecting this many people even vote for him. They actually voted for a person that has no sense and a racist. That's why I try to tell you in the end, white people benefit from a racist person being the fucking president. You gotta see, they gotta make their mind up if they want to go racist or not. There ain't gonna be nothing we can do. They out there want to vote for this racist shit. There's nothing we can do. It's gonna go the way they want regardless. But any time you vote for somebody like this, it's just like, just like listen. Then the clown foolery that he got coming with him, like you voted for that shit. It's crazy. But then he get on here and keep talking about, well, she didn't do what Biden did last time. She went off and stuff like that. That shit sounds irrelevant to me, bro. Comparing the, I say if you would compare it to Hillary, maybe. Doing this shit during COVID? Just shouldn't be that many people voting for him, period. But, ain't, you know, Kentucky, all that shit, man. Like, you know, do that. You would think all these states would want to look out for their women. Obviously not. Another thing, whenever their narratives don't go, see, they bragging about black men all this time. They saying that shit ain't nothing. Black men voted. So that's not even a conversation for them to have. They moved on to some other shit. That was some dumb shit. And they gonna have at least can see her numbers go up and make people feel better. Just no states that came up was her winter supposed to go on her spot. So polls closed. You know, black people votes is late. We always come in late with votes. The last swing in is black votes. I don't know. Is she supposed to win Wisconsin?
You didn't win in Wisconsin. They saying Georgia is leaning Trump. CBS.
But they haven't called it yet. They still ain't called North Carolina either. That's the part that's shocking me. North Carolina was being called.
I don't like this shit.
See that right here. He was saying earlier, she ain't overperformed about enough, but right here she did. But that's not a big point for him. I don't understand what he was saying. I think that's all thing, right? That's all the polls now, right? West Coast coming in. Was she supposed to win Idaho?
No.
That's what I'm saying. They doing what they normally. I mean, explained at the beginning. The normal joints. Should be 226, 219. I don't understand why they ain't called North Carolina. But I'm with you, shit. Nobody ain't voted for him, bro. Nobody on God's green earth. What the niggas in his coat? I don't know what you voting for after that. Go get everybody killed. Move the fuck up out here to another motherfucking country. Mm. 214, 153. Commerce just won Colorado. Was she supposed to win that?
She's supposed to win it.
Yeah. Really? She won in Connecticut. She won.
She did this shit with
She won
You got to
Delaware.
find all these paths where we win. That's the shit. Hey, 2016 all over again.
She won Delaware.
Really, nobody flipped nothing. Everybody won what they
That's my
supposed to
point. We haven't got to nothing yet.
win. Yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out when you said I was saying where you lost me when you said you heard about something.
Everybody did what they supposed to do.
Come on out here, Konaki. Bring your ass back out here, Naki.
Oh, I understand. Did you just throw it at me? Oh, somebody was talking to me at IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in Northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties.
Eve Online on Mac immerses you in a universe with thousands of
Counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where Easton, Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight. This is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it. And I think it's important to know there's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points from 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote by mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester, and Montgomery County, have become big core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60% in Chester County, 59.8 for Harris right now. But the wild card is waiting on a lot of same day vote. Is that going to affect that number for Harris right now? And move up to Montgomery County. You know, you got cities here on the towns on the main line here, old school. 26 points for Joe Biden. It's 30 right now. Again, 30 would be where Democrats want this to land. The danger for them, though, is there's still a significant amount of same-day vote there. But Democrats need Philadelphia to come through on the mail. They need massive margins to hold in these counties, and they're also going to need that. We'll just check quickly in Allegheny County. We're getting close, by the way. Pittsburgh suburbs, we're getting close to 90% of the vote here. And again, that Harris number here right now is small, but it is slightly under the Biden number. The Trump number, 0.4 of a point better than 4 years ago. If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
You don't win Pennsylvania. Well, put walls on it.
You lose regardless, you're gonna start doing that shit. You lose, you're gonna start doing that anyway. Yeah.
Hey, single people, is this you? Nope, nope, nope. Then why are you still swiping? It's time to start meeting real people in real life. It's time to join Events and Adventures. It's not a dating app. Events and Adventures is an activities club for singles that plans and hosts over 30 events each month, right in your area. We're talking about almost anything you can think of, from wine tastings to skydiving, from dance classes to bucket list adventures. You're going to do it all with other single people just like you. You'll meet other singles in real life without having to worry about getting ghosted, receiving strange messages, or awkward first dates. Joining Events and Adventures is for single people serious about having fun. So come join us and get started living a life you love at eventsandadventures.com.
Look at a few more things we're getting in. First of all, I want to point this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last two elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag, a couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this is a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here, Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27. Down to 18 points tonight, just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant. Let's look at New York City itself. The 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020, down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn, 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20. Points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there. This is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight, it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County, 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time.
You bring the idea. We bring speedy music discovery.
Time for 4 years, where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will. Not much to come in Waukesha, big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You can take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much, basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here, Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 level? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
Well, it's certainly more somber now than it was a couple of hours ago.
it's a shame that so many motherfuckers is just cool with racist shit, disrespectful shit. They just good with it. They don't give a fuck.
Even if she win, man, this is not a good look.
Bro, did they call North Carolina yet? It's another thing. North Carolina been done by now. Shit.
They were. Oh, and I can tell you that what I'm hearing from Trump campaign sources is they are increasingly confident as the night is going on. Still not certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as it's moving forward. Jacob, certain, of course, watching those very important blue wall states and to see what they look like. And so that is going to be the big question here as they continue to keep an eye on Pennsylvania, on Michigan, on Wisconsin as it's moving forward. Jacob, I will tell you that we're seeing more people from the Mar-a-Lago party come over here to the Trump headquarters where this party is going to be held. But also, some Republicans are flying into Palm Beach. We just heard from House Speaker Mike Munson, who was watching the results come in with his constituents back in Shreveport. He is now heading here tonight because he is predicting a bigger Republican margin in the House, Republican takeover of the Senate, and he says he believes the Republican is going to win the White House. Therefore, Donald Trump take, obviously.
Stop scrolling if you're Smile.
I'm just shocked if anybody would vote. Rain, boy, that's just
talking about politics coming from a view of the streets. You know what I'm saying, dog? You know, we're not coming from professional view. We're not lawyers. None of that shit that's on TV. You know what I'm saying? We come straight from the hood. We the hood people. You know? Representation of black people on the bench, because we don't know who Clarence Thomas is representing. He's sitting on a